Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are LA.
Gorgeous day for baseball here at the Big A. A beautiful day for the Angels to pick up a series, or a win, I should say, to finish off this series. The Angels on a very good homestand so far, but have dropped the first two against the Pittsburgh Pirates. And today it's game number 3. Hi, everybody, from inside the Big A. Alongside my partner, Mark Gubes, I'm Victor Rojas. So glad you could join us once again for Angels baseball here on Fox Sports West. And, of course, the Angels have been playing without Josh Hamilton in the middle part of the order. As a matter of fact, even down in that 7th spot, having to deal with that wrist injury. And that puts the onus more so on Albert Pujols in the middle part of the order, who has been swinging the bat much better of late.
Yeah, Victor, the need for the machine to come through today to be able to win this last game of the series against the Pirates. He certainly has been doing his part in his last 15 games, driving the ball and doing his thing. 17 games put it instead of 15. He's been able to drive the ball out of the ballpark. 5 home runs, 15 RBI for Pujols. 324 batting average. The on-base percentages there. The swing, the approach. Be able to pull the ball, hit the ball up the middle, even driving the ball to right center field. And he's had unbelievable numbers in his career versus Pittsburgh. Batting average over 360 with 49 home runs and 146 RBIs. And I firmly believe today they're going to steal some bases and give Pujols that opportunity to add on the RBI total. So look for a pitch out over the plate. The baseball does carry here very well during the day. Look for the machine to come through again.
Yeah, the Angels offense has been stymied by this Pirates pitching staff going into today. Now the top ERA staff in the National League at 3.19. Joe Blanton will take the rock for Mike Scioscia. We're just about ready for baseball here at the Big A, so sit back and relax. Going to bring you the lineups in the first pitch when we return. Angels baseball is brought to you by the sleek, stylish Hyundai Sonata today. By Corona, who invites you to find your beach. And by Mercury Insurance. Get 2 Angels tickets with a fast, free auto insurance quote from Mercury Insurance. Log on at angels.com/Mercury to learn more.
We welcome you back out here to Angel Stadium, the finale of this three-game set between the Angels and the visiting Pittsburgh Pirates. The surging Pittsburgh Pirates find themselves at 2 games back in the National League Central behind the St. Louis Cardinals. The Angels, with the loss yesterday, remain at 10 games back, although they are 9 games under 500 now. Oakland ended up losing to the Seattle Mariners. Mariners came back late last night. Roland Banya is a catalyst in that come-from-behind win, thus keeping the Angels at 10 games back, at least in the standings. This is the lineup that Clint Hurdle, the manager of the Pirates, is going to run out there. The Pirates have 15 games over 500 at 45 and 30. No Andrew McCutcheon today. He is going to bat well over the first 2 games of the series. But Starling Marte will get the start. He's in center field. Jordy Mercer jumps up to the 2 spot. He's the shortstop. Pedro Alvarez has homered in 3 straight. He is at third base. Garrett Jones gets the start in right field. Neil Walker at second. Gabby Sanchez homered last night. He's at first. Travis Snyder moves over to left field today. Tony Sanchez making his major league debut. He's the DH. And Michael McHenry gets the start in place of Russell Martin this afternoon for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Taking on Joe Blanton. Comes into this one with a 1-10 mark and a 5.62 ERA.
Yeah, coming off a very solid start last time out against Seattle. 11 punch-outs and 6 2/3. Just 2 earned runs allowed for Joe Blanton. Needs to command his fastball first and foremost. Utilizes very good changeup. It keeps improving as the season has progressed. Curveball, slider. Again, utilize your fastball. Back it up with your changeup.
Defensively for the Angels this afternoon, as the sun is starting to peek out here at the Big A. You've got Mike Trout at left, Peter Borges in center, and J.B. Shuck is back out in right field once again. The infield consists of Cayasco, Ibar, Kendrick, and Trumbo around from third to first, and Chris Iannetta behind the plate.
And Howie's made some outstanding plays defensively in the series. Going to need to do so with Blanton, more of a contact-type pitcher. First 25 games, 5 errors. Last 50 for Howie. 3 errors made. He's turned 40 double plays in that second base position.
Halos at home with the first 2 losses in the series, now 20 and 22. And trying to finish up this homestand on a winning note. They have an off day tomorrow. It's a travel day as the Halos begin a 3-game set against the Detroit Tigers on Tuesday night at Comerica Park. And then they head off to Houston over next weekend before returning home. It doesn't get any easier when the Angels return home either. You've got the St. Louis Cardinals and the Boston Red Sox rolling into town on the next homestand. Starling Marte, who's gotten the start in left field the first 2 games of the series, out in center field this afternoon, ready to lead things off. A .277 average, 6 home runs, 21 runs batted in, and 0 for 5 last night.
And swinging at the first pitch once again. Utilize that aggressiveness to your favor as a pitcher. Off the plate, off speed.
Tries to bunt his way on, bunts it foul. It's an 0-2 count. Blanton threw 118 pitches in his last start. Most pitches he's thrown in a start this year. Got a no decision against Seattle. 2 runs on 6 hits and 6 2/3. Had 11 strikeouts. Second time this year. Third time in his career he's had an 11 strikeout game, matching obviously a career high for him. And only 2 walks. The one thing that stood out from that start was the fact that his tempo really slowed down, comparatively speaking, to what we've seen earlier this year.
Especially with people on base.
And you wonder if that was the product of those 2 side sessions that he and Mike Butcher were working as he got pushed back a little bit. That maybe it was one of those things. Hey, you're working too fast. You're not giving yourself an opportunity to kind of digest the situation, and going ahead and just pitching, slow things down a little bit.
Because you work so quickly like that, and he gets the first out here on the strikeout, you end up getting in the mindset of fastball, or changeup, and hitters time that. Look for a pattern from a pitcher, and it looked like that's what he was doing. He slowed it down. Real good changeup there to get Marte swinging here for the first out of the ball game. Was stayed on top, able to turn that one over. Great location. And that's not an easy sell for a right-handed pitcher to throw a changeup to a right-handed batter, because you have to locate that perfectly, and that's what Blanton did.
Jordy Mercer swings the first one, hits one out toward right center field. Borges drifting back on it. The ball had some carry on it, as it usually does here during afternoon games. 2 outs.
Especially a little bit of a difficult sky here so far as the sun. You mentioned that Victor finally coming through here. Carry and then dealing with tracking the baseball down. It's going to be a difficult task for an outfielder early in the game here.
partly cloudy skies. Mentioned the sun starting to peek out now. 70 degrees at first pitch. Pedro Alvarez has had a very fine series. 7-game hitting streak for him. Last 3 games, 7 for 11 with 3 home runs, 7 runs batted in. He's got good numbers in his career against Joe Blanton, too.
Yeah, 6 for 9 with 2 career home runs.
Swings the first one. Loops one down the left field line. Long run for Callaspo, Trout, and Ibar. Trout makes the catch. No, the ball came out of his glove and tried to avoid the collision with Alberto Callaspo.
Way to Trout go a long way. Same thing with Callaspo. Almost made a spectacular play. He has it, and then the contact with the glove on Callaspo's shoulder, and then on the ground, baseball pops loose. You have to show the umpire that you have complete control of the baseball. Yes, it's in his glove, and he has control initially, but once he hits the ground, it pops loose. So it ends up being a strike.
Oh, a dangerous play. Unfortunately, Callaspo saw the Mack truck that is Mike Trout coming at him and ducked his head out of the way.
Get out of the way.
0-1 pitch. Breaking ball low. 1 ball, 1 strike on Alvarez. Hitting now 234, 8 home runs, 50 runs batted in. Pardon me, 18 home runs. 2 for 4 game last night with a home run and a double. Lifts this one out to right. J.B. Shuck moving back on the warning track near the wall, and that one is gone. A home run for Pedro Alvarez. 1-0 Pittsburgh.
4th straight game for Alvarez with a home run. Now 7 for 10 against Blanton with 3 home runs and 4 RBI. Boy, looked like a fastball once again. Location not there. Iannetta wanted that fastball on the outside corner, around the middle, and Alvarez did not miss it again.
The dreaded 2-out hit/run. There's Garrett Jones. So if it's a DH the first 2 games of the series, Jones went around and out.
Well, you could really see the difference in a day game as compared to a night game here at the Big A. JB was going back in the ball, thought he might have a play on the warning track, and then against the wall, and then he looks up and it's a home run. 19th home run of the year for Alvarez.
It's fouled off the left.
And here's today's Coors Light cold hard fact. All-time home runs for Pirates third baseman Aramis Ramirez with 75. Bobby Bonilla 69, now tied with Pedro Alvarez. The Mad Dog, Bill Madlock.
Broken bat looper down the line. That is foul.
And that cold hard fact was brought to you by Frost Brew Coors Light. And we've talked about him a lot, even before the Pirates came into town, how much we like him as a player. Yes, the error total, which is surprising considering how strong his arm is, but he can flat out hit the baseball.
One ball, 2 strikes on Jones. Hitting 263, 6 home runs, 31 runs batted in. 1-0 Pittsburgh on the Alvarez home run as Jones goes down swinging, and the inning comes to an end. But Alvarez, his 19th home run and 51st RBI, puts the Pirates up as we head to the bottom of the first. Inning will check out Mike Scioscia's starting 9 as the Angels roll into this one with a 33-42 mark. Peter Borges will lead things off at center. Mike Trout at left. Albert Pujols will serve as a DH. Mark Trumbo gets to start at first. Howie Kendrick at second. Alberto Callaspo at third. Eric Ibar, the shortstop. Chris Inett is doing the catching, and J.B. Shuck will bat ninth at the plate right field. Taking on the 29-year-old right-hander, native of Connecticut, by the name of Charlie Morton.
And Charlie Morton, fastball anywhere between 90 and 95. Curveball, changeup. 1-1 so far this year with a 1.74, 1-0 in his career versus the Angels.
Ahead of the count at 2 strikes. There's a guy that came up in the Atlanta Braves system. Peter in an 0-2 count, hitting .333. 3 home runs, 10 runs batted in. 1 for 4 game last night. Keeps his at-bat alive as he got a piece of that breaking ball. One ball, 2 strikes. Take a look at our Hyundai key to the game for today.
So Leonard Skinner, give me 3 steps. I believe this is one of those games in which Mike Scioscia is going to allow and force the issue as far as stealing some bases and creating opportunities to score runs. Morton, a little bit slower to the plate. I think that active base running should be the key today.
Toward the hole, Mercer's got it. Strong throw to first. Borges retired for the first out here in the first. Defensively for the Bucks, Snyder, Marte, and Jones in the outfield from left to right. Alvarez, Mercer, Walker, and Sanchez around the infield. From third to first, McHenry's behind the plate.
Right on cue, Jordy Mercer, shortstop with that strong throwing arm. Nice straight start. The shortstop has committed 3 errors in his career at that position. It's 2 this season. He's been involved in 13 double plays. Very good. Strongest throwing arm they've voted in the Pirates organization. You could see it on display here in this series.
Here's Mike Trout, hitting .311. 12 home runs and 45 runs batted in, has 22 doubles, 6 triples. Mike had a 1 for 5 game yesterday, and an RBI single in the 7th inning. Hits this one over to short. Mercer spins around, fires to first, and they get Trout. 2 outs.
We can see that arm he has. Able to spin around and still a strong, accurate throw to first base to get Trout. Very impressive what we've seen out of Mercer so far, both with the glove and certainly with the bat. Up the middle, spin around, perfect throw.
You don't see that spin move a whole lot from shortstops going to their left. I still think it's a much better play than trying to open up and throw.
It gives you momentum going towards the base. We saw that last night on that ground ball up the middle to Eric Ibar. He tried to throw it off balance, but you're not going to have as much on it. You spin around and throw like that, you can much better throw, more accurate throw.
1 ball, 1 strike on Albert. A .262 average, 13 home runs and 47 runs batted in. Albert did his 13th on Friday night. 0 for 3 with 2 walks last night. Skies this one out to straightaway center field. Going back on it is Marte. He's got a beat on it, makes the catch, and the Angels go down in order. Shutdown inning for Charlie Morton. 1 complete, 1-0 Pittsburgh.
super whiff. Joe Blanton. Marte swinging a nice changeup down and in. And he runs a fastball. Garrett Jones on the outside part of the plate. 2 strikeouts in the first inning. Although Alvarez jumped on a fastball and drove it out the right center field as the Pirates lead this one 1-0 in the top of the second.
Yeah, let's try a couple of those change pieces to Pedro Alvarez now
Yes.
that he's homered in 3 straight.
Slow curveballs, changeups, sliders.
Neil Walker, the second baseman, leads things off. 0-1 count. Walker, switch hitter. Hitting .245, 5 home runs, 21 runs batted in. One ball, one strike. Walker last night had a 2-for-4 game with a single and a double. Pittsburgh with 10 hits in that 6-1 win. Francisco Liriano went 6 2/3 and allowed the only run the Angels were able to muster. 7 hits, 6 strikeouts. Jerome Williams took the loss, now 5-3 on the year. Two-one pitch. This one's line to left, a base hit. So the leadoff man is on board as Chalk gets the baseball back in, and that'll bring up Gabby Sanchez, the first baseman.
What we've seen from Clint Hurdle and the Pirates, a lot of activity on the base pass. Wouldn't be surprised you'll see a hit and run put on. Especially they've been able to get the lead in all 3 games early on.
Yeah.
Allows him to be more aggressive.
Took the lead in the first 2 games, the second inning, and today in the first on the Alvarez home run. Gabby Sanchez, the first baseman, looks at a strike. .237 is his batting average. Hit a 6 home run last night off the fair pole down the left field line. He had a 2-for-4 game as well. 22 runs batted in. Former Florida Marlin, now Miami Marlins. Looked like he went around. He did. Jeff Nelson brings him up over at first. 0-2 count.
A lot of strikes so far in the game for Blanton, no question. Including 3 0-2 counts already here. It hasn't really been the issue for Joe. It's finishing off batters at times, especially expanding the strike zone. You got that opportunity now with an 0-2 count.
Breaking ball is fouled back. So it's still an 0-2 count on Sanchez.
When that 0-2 pitch from Joe was right down the middle of the plate. When I talk about when you get ahead of the count, you want to go at least, if you're going away, about a baseball or 2 off the outside corner. See if you can get a swing and miss or get a ground ball in an infielder, get 2 outs with that swing.
Time is called at the plate. Walker over at first with a leadoff single. 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Good off speed. Third strikeout of the game. First out here in the second. Gibby, I want to ask you about, you're talking about Blanton missing location on the fastball. And it seems like pretty much all season long that has been his biggest issue. I mean, you come into the game with 117 hits and just over 80 innings of work. Can you do something else? If you're unable to hit your spots on a consistent basis, then what's game plan B?
I think when you look at it, here's the play for Joe. And he's been able to hit spots like that. But when you get that 0-2 count or an 0-1 count, you want to put a baseball. I talk about a baseball off the corner around this much. And that's what you want to do. Or even a little bit further. Think in terms of just off that plate, this side or this side of the plate. He's going to be very good around here. But make sure it's always a baseball or so off the corner to be more effective, especially when you're ahead of the count.
But if that has been his biggest issue, then I guess the onus, if he's incapable or has not been able to do so, I'm not saying he's incapable, if he has not been able to do it on a consistent basis, then does the onus fall on Chris Inet and Hank Conger to get their bodies positioned out there to force him to get out there.
Completely opposite of what we talk about with Garrett Richards. We say stay in the middle part of the plate and trust movement for Garrett Richards. But for Joe Blanton, at that point, you set up almost in the left-handed batter's box or the right-hander's batter's box to force him to hit that spot because he has such good control that you want to move your entire body off that corner when ahead of the count.
1 ball, 1 strike on Snyder. Getting to start today out in left field. Waves at the off speed. It's 1-2.
Especially when you're ahead 1-2, you're thinking in terms of a lefty up, change up. Now, if you're Joe Blanton right now, you want Chris Iannetta to be just off the plate, even the knee well off the plate, and set the target off and down.
There you go.
That was excellent right there.
2 outs.
But just the opposite, when Garrett Richards is in the game, you're better off setting the middle of the plate and trusting movement. That's an absolute perfect location of that all-speed pitch for Blanton.
Unhittable pitch, and if he does make contact, it's off to get to the bat. It's toward the Angel dugout.
The hip is gone as the hitter in Snyder. There's no way, if he makes any contact, it's just going to be well out of play.
Two outs and a man at first. Bland delivers a strike here on Tony Sanchez, a DH. Making his major league debut. Sanchez, first round pick in 2009, 4th overall selection that year.
We've said that a lot about the members of this Pirate team. First round selection.
Well, Sanchez is a kid that grew up in Miami, to Killian High School there, and on to Boston College.
Is that the area where A-Rod went to high school down there in Miami?
No, he was further north. Killian High School is down in South Miami-Dade County near Miami-Dade Community College. Alex Gonzalez, the kid that played for the Blue Jays and the Cubs, was from Killian High School, highly touted shortstop out of there.
Yeah, he was a pretty good player for a while.
Yeah. One of my off-season jobs, and the only reason I know this is because we used to live down there right before Hurricane Andrew, was substitute teacher at Killian High School. Some lucky kids. They really were.
I might have to take a time out here for a while.
Here's the 1-1 outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. I can't make that up.
Nor should you.
Sanchez down to AAA, was hitting .306, 9 home runs, 35 runs batted in 55 games. Drives this one out to right field. JB is going back, pulls up. That's off the wall. Or
Sticks in the wall.
Sticks in the wall. How about that? Off the out-of-town scoreboard.
That's a memory for your first major league hit.
They want the baseball. Good luck getting it. They should send the parrot out there to retrieve that thing.
He's got a smile going right now himself. And it prevented a run, too.
Yes, it did. That is awesome. First major league hit, the double for Sanchez.
And now it's time for our Coors Light freeze can. And it has to be right here. First major league hit for Tony Sanchez into the wall. Sticks there. On display for quite some time.
Now, I wonder if the Pirates are asking,
would he have been able to score?
Would he have been able to score? The discretion of the umpires.
The free scan was brought to you by Frost Brew Coors Light. Should have had another brick in the wall for my song there today. It is up to the discretion of the umpires. Would he have been able to score?
Yeah, the thing too they got to pay attention to is if another ball is hit that way and that ball comes into play as well.
I've never seen that here at the Big A.
So runners at second and third. Here's Michael McHenry, the catcher. Ninth place hitter. That ball's in the dirt. 1 ball, no strikes. 2-out double for Sanchez. 1-0 Pittsburgh. Home run by Alvarez in the first.
Boy, Sanchez hit that ball extremely well the other way.
McHenry hitting .210 on the year. 3 home runs, 10 RBIs. Back up to Russell Martin. 2 balls and no strikes. Land just trying to finish off this inning and hit the Angels back in the dugout, down 1-0. Leadoff single by Walker. Then he struck out Sanchez and Snyder before giving up that rocket of a double that stuck in the wall in right field to Sanchez. And that's hit in the air toward left center field. Playable for Mike Trout. That ball hit off the end of the bat. The inning comes to an end. No runs, 2 hits, 2 men left on base. Tony Sanchez's first major league hit
is on display,
sitting on the wall for posterity. The Angels down 1-0. Tony Sanchez first major league hit, a double that stuck up on the wall in right field. Our very own Barney Lopez getting on the ladder and retrieving that baseball.
Well, he's been working hard. He had the concert to deal with last night and get the field ready, and the field looks great after the game, concert, and of course you're going to trick Tony Sanchez. Wait, you just got the baseball back.
I tell you what, if you put both of those baseballs in your hand and you flip that one, you better make sure that it's not. Not that it really matters, but
no, that's a pretty memorable first hit.
That would stink if both of those baseballs go flying in the seat.
That'll be a highlight throughout the night, no question. First major league hit, too, for Tony Sanchez, and it's into the wall.
Unfortunately, they were stranded, so still 1-0. Mark Trumbo to lead things off. Trumbo, Kendrick, and Callaspo against Charlie Morton, who had himself a 1-2-3 first inning. 2 ground balls to short and a fly ball to center. Trumbo hitting .258, 17 home runs, 50 runs batted in, 0 for 4 last night. Shoots this one down the line, but foul, tailing toward the seats. Evens up the count at 1 ball, 1 strike. Two balls and 1 strike. Morton originally in the Braves system. 3rd round pick by Atlanta back in 2002. He pitched just 1 season in the big leagues with Atlanta. Trumbo just got a piece of that one. 2 balls, 2 strikes before he was traded to Pittsburgh. That was part of that Nate McLeod deal. Up and down with the Pirates over the last couple of years. Had a full season in 2011. 29 starts, a 10-10 record, a 3.83 ERA. And last year, he had off-season hip surgery going into last year. Came back late and then had to be shut down. He had surgery on his arm. This one's fouled back. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Certainly has good running action on his fastball. He runs a 2-seam fastball in the low 90s. Then he can run his 4-seam fastball, 95, 96.
Yeah, this is just his 3rd big league start this year. Surgery was on the right elbow in June of last year. Breaking pitch fouled off to the right. Still at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Kind of has a little Roy Halladay release to him.
Especially on his breaking ball. It's a slightly different angle. I'm watching it so far from where we're at in the booth here. It's a different angle with his fastball and breaking ball.
Fastball got him looking on the outside corner. 1 out. First punch out for Morton.
More over the top, especially with his fastball. A true 4-seam fastball catching the corner, to finish off Trumbo.
Howie Kendrick hitting .324 with 8 home runs and 36 RBIs. 1 for 4 yesterday. That was a double. 13th of the year. Howie also with a couple of triples. Making some noise and trying to remember that American League All-Star team. All-Star game coming up here mid-July at Citi Field in New York. 2 balls, 1 strike.
That's a pretty good pitch in a hitter's count. You're looking fastball if you're Howie. Morton sinks the fastball underneath the hands. This Pittsburgh staff's been pretty impressive. We know about their bullpen, but their starting staff, even without A.J. Burnett.
.3-1 pitch. And he takes a strike. He lays off that 2-seamer down and in. And the Angels have their first base runner of the day. And that'll bring up Alberto Callaspo. Fans of St. Louis Cardinals make their first visit ever to the Big A. Take on the Halos on July the 2nd. That's a 7:05 start. On that day, fans in attendance will receive an Angels cooler, courtesy of St. Joseph Health, while supplies last. Purchase tickets today at the Angels Stadium ticket office or by logging on at angels.com.
Now if you look for an opportunity now for Mike Scioscia to have Howie moving. Maybe hit and run, straight steal.
Callaspo takes low. Alberto hitting .266. This after going 2 for 3 yesterday. Also picked up a walk. 4 home runs, 26 RBIs. Marte very shallow in center field. Snyder straight up and left, as is Jones and right. Middle infielders cheating in a couple of steps.
Against McHenry, base stealers have been successful, 24 or 27 attempts. So you would think, especially with Morton, a little taller pitcher, you would think in terms of trying to create an opportunity to score a run, get the defenders out of their comfortable positions.
Howie takes off. Callaspo loops one to left field. The hit and run works. Kendrick will stop right there. So 2 on and an out for Eric Ivor now.
And I think a hit and run also helps out with Callaspo. That levels off his swing. He doesn't try to lift the baseball, just tries to make contact and gets a base hit into left field. Now in business right now.
Halos last night, 3 for 10 with men in scoring position, 4 for 13 in the series. This after having two very good series as the Yankees and the Mariners, for the most part, good situational hitting. Last game and a half for the Angels against the Mariners struggled up until that fifth inning against King Felix. Breaking ball is in for a strike. Ibar has his batting average at 270. Couple of home runs, 23 runs batted in. 1 for 4 yesterday.
That down and in breaking ball. Scouting report on Eric Ibar, especially hitting from the left side, throw that curveball down and in. The differential between the speeds of his curveball and fastball for Morton. He's been 95, 96 with the fastball. Curveball anywhere between 76 and 79.
Just got a piece of it. And his approach always seems like, too, on that curveball is if he's trying to, even with 2 strikes there, not trying to make contact and put the ball in play, it's still kind of swinging from your heels.
And because of the curveball not being that firm as far as velocity, you have time to adjust. You just hit that ball on the ground. If you try to lift that baseball, it's not going to be successful, especially when it's down like that.
Kendrick at second, Cayaspo at first, 1 out. Trumbo struck out looking. Kendrick with a walk, Cayaspo with a base hit. Pedro Alvarez put the Pirates up 1-0 in the first with his 19th home run of the year. Got out of the way of that one.
It's one of those curveballs, too. You almost try to turn your body into it. 4 straight breaking balls.
Chopper off the plate. Going to be a tough play for Neil Walker. Flips it with the glove and he throws it away. Kendrick will come in to score. We're tied at 1 as Cayaspo ends up at third. You weren't going to get Ibar, and just trying to make the spectacular play there cost the Pirates a run.
Yeah, sometimes you want to make that great play, but sometimes you're better off just eating the baseball at that point. There's no way you're going to throw out Ibar. We talk about him just chopping the baseball down in the ground when it's a low breaking ball, and he did so. It's rewarded with an infield base hit. That's how he comes around and scores.
Still combination platter, the hit with an error. Walker gets charged with his 6th error of the year. Now Chris Inett at the plate. Inett hitting .211 on the year. 5 home runs, 23 runs batted in. You wonder if Ibar is on the move at some point.
And you got to be active. You stay away from potential double play balls. Ibar with 2 stolen bases in 5 attempts. Morton has 5 career pickoffs.
Neil Walker yelling into Michael McHenry, the catcher, to go through the signs here just in case Ibar does take off.
Yeah, will they come across and cut it off and try to have a play at the plate?
I would imagine with Cayaspo at third, you just do a straight throw through to second.
Yeah, you can have a throw through the second, you can have a cutoff, or you can have that fake throw to second and throw to third.
Inett looks at a strike. Well, Ibar's got a pretty big lead over at first base. Almost looked like he thought about taking off there.
And one thing you may see here from Clint Hurdles, now that Morton has got ahead of the count 0-1, he may put a pitch out on now.
One tie here at the bottom of the second inning. And Ibar again out to that big lead. Down and in. 1 ball, 1 strike. Inetta batting in the 8th spot in the order. J.B. Shuck, 9-hole hitter, is on deck.
Boy, Morton has slowed down the pace all of a sudden. A very, very quick first inning, but different here. After the walk to Howie Kendrick, hit and run on by Callaspo, an infield hit by Ibar.
This one rolled over to third, off of Alvarez. Everyone is going to be safe. 2-1 Angels.
Taking advantage of some breaks. They got a couple of them in this inning alone. Ball hit right at Alvarez, and with his arm, that potentially could have been a double play ball. Instead, unable to make the play. Everyone's safe, and a run scores. A tricky hop on him, but still, we're so used to seeing Alvarez make those plays in this series.
It's an error on Alvarez. Ray Searage, the pitching coach, is going to go out. And for Alvarez, 14th error of the year.
It's more of a product of Sears going out just to talk to him, to calm down his young pitcher, to tell him he's made his pitches. Just keep getting those ground balls. Don't make the plays. They've been very solid defensively in the series and during the season, but not in this inning so far.
Angels have their first lead of the series. 2-1 here in the second. Inetta gets credit for his 24th run batted in. Can't assume a double play. Here's J.B. Shuck. 281 batting average. 8 doubles, 1 triple. Multi-hit game last night, going 2 for 4. Grounds this one through the hole on the left side. There's a base hit. Ibar's going to come in to score, and it's going to be the 3-1 Angels. J.B. Shuck with his 14th run batted in.
Way to stay with the pitch, hit the ball on the ground between short and third. Try to pull that baseball. That's potentially be a double play ball. Nice job by J.B. Shuck. Sinker away, went with the pitch.
Five straight have reached against Morton after the strikeout of Trumbo. Defense letting him down. A couple of errors. Walker with one, Alvarez with another.
Only 1 ball out of the infield. That was on the hit and run. Callaspo base hit in the left.
Here's Borges, first and second. 1 out still. Downstairs. Borges grounded out to short. Nice play by Mercer. Bottom of the first inning. She's 0 for 1. Good number since coming off the disabled list. Lays off. 2-0. Chris Inetta, the base runner at second. J.B. Shuck at first. 3 balls, no strikes now on Borges. Trout's on deck.
Well, if you're Borges, you're taking at least 1, possibly 2 pitches. You'll have Mike Trout to come up with the bases loaded potentially.
(3-0). Takes a strike, 3-1.
Now you're looking this for one zone if you're Borges. If he throws your pitch, you can drive, attack. If not, take a pitch.
Now the 3-1. Takes inside. They're loaded up for Trout. Second walk of the inning for Morton. Angel hitters certainly have started to lay off that sinking fastball down and in for Morton.
Yeah, good approach. When that two-seamer, when it starts at the knees, it's not to be a strike. If it's around belt high, that's when you attack the baseball.
So the Angels up 3-1. 1 out here in the second. No place to put Mike Trout. He grounded out to short in the first inning. Also a nice play by Jordy Mercer. That was that spin move. He had to move to his left. Inett at third. J.B. Shuck at second. Borges at first base. Great speed. The 2 trail runners on the bases. Outfield straight around for Pittsburgh. Here's the first one. Ground ball towards second base. Walker feeds second. That's the only play they're going to get. They got the out. Coming in to score is J.B. Shuck, and he is in there safely. The ball came loose as far as the transfer was concerned. Play continued. J.B. Shuck never stopped. 5-1 Halos.
That's back-to-back games in which Peter Borges had some great takeouts at second base to prevent double plays from being turned. He's getting high fives in that dugout because he prevented the double play from being turned and allowed 2 runs to score on this ground ball. Hard slide, takes him out. He could still reach the base, but still had his foot there to obstruct Mercer be able to turn a double play. Good hard late slide. Still, when you can reach that base, you're allowed to take that infielder out. Great job. Credit Peter Borges with both those runs.
Man at first. 2 outs now. Trout reaching on the fielder's choice. Picks up an RBI. That's 2 RBIs.
That's 5 runs with 1 hit out of the infield.
Albert hit a fly ball to center field. His first inning at bat. Swings through the first one there at 96. 0-1.
He's got a good 4-seamer.
I haven't seen too many of those today. Trout takes off. It's a breaking ball and it's a stolen base. Or pick the right pitch to go on, too. 18th stolen base of the year.
Very aggressive. Sir, Hyundai key to the game. We talked about give me 3 steps. Being aggressive, and they certainly have been so early in the game, forcing the issue, forcing the defense to not to be comfortable, and we've seen them make some mistakes already in this game.
1-1, bouncer to third. Alvarez has it. And the inning comes to an end, but the Angels score 5 times. They do it on 3 hits and a couple of walks and a couple of big errors by the Pittsburgh Pirates with through 2. 5-1 Angels. On top 5-1, a very plate. And nothing really scorched as far as ball off the bat, but the Angels will certainly take it. 5 runs on 3 hits, 2 big errors. 2 of those runs earned.
Taking advantage of some mistakes. And again, get back to that speed game. Pressing the issue.
Well, Joe Blanton's got some runs to work with now. Top of the order. He falls behind immediately. 2 balls, no strikes. Marte, Mercer, and Alvarez. Starling Marte struck out swinging in the first inning. One of 4 strikeouts for Blanton. 2-1.
And the one thing you always have to remember as a starting pitcher, when you get a lead like this, you just don't revert into throwing nothing but fastballs. You stay with your game plan.
Broken bat bounce over to short, and Ibar can't handle it. Kicks out into foul territory. That will allow Marte to get to second base.
That ball got Ibar right on the wrist. Yep, right on the wrist, backhand. Especially with Marte running, he had to set himself up quickly to make a throw across the diamond as we're getting a hit on that baseball.
Brings up Jordy Mercer. Swung at the first pitch in the first inning and drove one out to right center field. Marte gets credit for a double. He's had a couple of extra base hits in this series. Matter of fact, the only 2 hits that he has picked up. One, a triple on the ball that Borges never saw in straightaway center field, and now a double off the end of the bat, breaking your bat, and off the wrist of the shortstop. 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss on the breaking ball. 0-2. Mercer's had a nice series. Couple of hits yesterday, 3 hits the night before. First 2 nights batting in the 9th spot. Today batting in the 2-hole. No Russell Martin, no Andrew McCutchen. And a 1-2 count. 5-1. Angels on top here in the 3rd. 4 hits for Pittsburgh, 3 for the Angels.
40 pitches thrown for Blanton, 28 strikes.
Now it almost gets through Chris Iannetta. Fortunately, it stayed right between his legs there. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Very important for Blanton to be able to put a shutdown inning here if he can. Very difficult now with a man on second, no outs. But the reality is, you score 5 runs, that help from the Pirates defensively. You want to make them feel they're not part of this game. If you can put a 0 up, they're going to feel that way.
Now the 2-2. Mercer fouls it off. Nice catch for Fan in the club level. Brought the glove. Had it all the way. And that was a mislocation pitch, too. Mercer has done some damage on fastballs in. Looked like Iannetta was set up outside, and that ball just tailed back.
We
into
haven't
the
seen
hitting
him hit anything real hard to right field yet. Everything's been left center to left.
Overthrown pitch. Trying to go to third is Marte, and he is in there safely. That's an advancement on a wild pitch.
It's the 4th wild pitch of the year for Blanton.
So from 0-2 to now 3-2. Off speed, bounced over to third. Callaspo freezes Marte, 1 out. That'll bring up Pedro Alvarez, and as he steps to the plate, we'll check out our AT&T Twitter poll question of the series. Who's the bigger star for the Pittsburgh area? Mark Cuban, Christina Aguilera, or Joe Montana? The hashtag's to the right. Send us your tweet. to @Fox Sports West, and we will total it up and give you a series total a little bit later on in the game.
Think Joe Montana could pull off another fourth quarter comeback?
But I doubt it. Not this time. I do believe this is the Chiefs version of Joe Montana, not the 49ers version. And I say that with pain in my heart as a Chiefs fan.
Yeah, he did pretty solid there with Marcus Allen there and Marty Schottenheimer coaching him.
Not too bad. Never got to the promised land, though. 0-1 count on Alvarez. He homered in the first inning, 19th of the year, 51 RBIs now. 1 ball, 1 strike. Someone sent me a tweet last night and asked me what about Stan Musial? Was he born?
Yes, he was.
In Pittsburgh?
So was Ken Griffey Sr. and Jr., Dean Martin.
You and Dean Martin.
Yeah. Love Dean.
1-1.
He was awesome.
That's down in the dirt. 2 balls and 1 strike. He was one cool cat.
Oh, no question. Rat Packer.
Two 2-1 pitch. 2-2.
That was a fastball again, and that was a pretty healthy cut by Alvarez. We'll see if he can throw that changeup, run it down and away now.
Garrett Jones, the right fielder, is on deck. Marte standing at third. Swing and a miss. Down he goes. 2 outs. Strikeout number 5 for Blanton.
Got to that part of the plate finally against Alvarez. And a successful part of the play for Joe Blanton. Boy, a great changeup. Runs off the plate. Turns over a circle changeup. It's a swing and miss. Punch out number 5 for Blanton.
Breaking pitch is in for a strike. Jones a strikeout victim of the first. Chasing that changeup down and away. Reaching for that one. 0-2.
And here's that opportunity for Chris Iannetta to set up off the plate. 0-2 count. Expand the strike zone. See if he can get through this inning now. Without any damage. He went the leadoff double by Marte.
Reaching for it. Slow bouncer to second base. Howie has it go underneath his glove, and that'll bring in a run. A fairly routine play. Jones does not run all that well. And that'll be the 9th error that Howie Kendrick has committed this year.
This baseball has stayed along the dirt, but you have an opportunity to get in front of it.
Right.
With Jones running down the line.
And there's
That's what you look for is in an infielder. Who's running? Do I have more time? Do I get a chance to set myself up? Or do I have to come in and use the bare hand depending on who's running? Marte, definitely. McCutchen, yes. Garrett Jones, not necessarily.
No, stop, plant both feet. Square up the shoulders as you're taught in Little League and get the out. It's the last out of the inning. 56th error committed by the Angels this season. And the Angels give one back. 0-1 pitch. Walker takes low. Walker had a single to left field leading off the second innings. He's 1 for 1. He was stranded at third base. 5-2 now. Angels on top here in the third. The Hails at the bottom of the third inning. We'll have Trumbo, Kendrick, and Callaspo coming up. Same guys that led off that second inning against Charlie Morton. 2 balls, 1 strike. Pittsburgh native. 5 home runs, 21 runs batted in this year. Has 9 doubles and a couple of triples. And he pulls one into right field, and that's going to go for extra bases. Heading over to third is Jones. Walker's on his way to second. Jones is stopped at third base. So Walker's had a 2-hit game, picks up his 10th double of the year. And with 2 outs, second and third for Gabby Sanchez.
Well, the pitch not located where Blanton wanted to throw it. Like Butcher going to go out to visit Blanton now if that ball was double down the right field line. 10th double. 4th hit in the last 2 games for Walker.
And Blanton trying to work around the error by Kendrick that should have ended its 3rd inning with no runs coming in. Got to be careful too with Gabby Sanchez. I know he struck out in the 2nd inning, has pop. First one's pulled sharply over to third, knocked out by Callaspo. Fires to first and safe at first. 5-3 now.
Well hit, but fielding to the side. Hard hop in the chest. Sanchez running hard down the line, beats the throw from Callaspo, but just a turn of the body gets that baseball away from him, far enough away that's not able to make the play.
Hit an RBI. 23rd RBI for Sanchez. As Travis Snyder lines with a third, the inning finally comes to an end. But the Pirates get 2 on the board, courtesy of the error by Howie Kendrick. So those 2 unearned runs will head to the bottom of the 3rd. The Angels still on top.
Third. And coming up later in the game, we'll have the Carl's Jr. Sports update. All the headlines, a possible Yo 11 in the Great White North, and Harper Valley PT drama.
Was that Barbara Eden in that movie, Harper Valley PTA?
I think you're right. But I took off the A at the end. I'll explain that a little bit later on.
I got it. I like it.
Some drama in the Capitol.
Yeah. A short night, too, and you came up with those. I like that.
Yes.
Trumbo pops up the first pitch. The infield dirt. Mercer, the shortstop, is there. 1 pitch, 1 out to start this 3rd inning. Mark is over 2.
Yeah, as a hitter, especially when you're not really familiar with a pitcher, you just try to look for different arm angles. You can see the angle different from the curveball here as compared to the fastball, more of this type of angle and through the baseball. So you look and try to be able to read and see the baseball out of the hitter's eye, but also the angle of the arm to lay off of the breaking ball unless it's in the strike zone. You're always looking to hit a fastball anyhow, but when a pitcher tips location of his arm angle, that gives you an idea what pitch is coming for you.
Now he rolls it foul.
Well, you can get a better look right here as far as the curveball and the fastball. And you try to react and see which pitch you can drive. And you're always wanting to put yourself in position for the fastball to be able to hit. Definitely a different angle for him. You can lay off the breaking ball unless you're behind in the count.
Bounce over to 3rd. Alvarez has it. Grounds. So Cayasco comes up with 2 outs, nobody on. Singled into 2nd. Came around to score one of the 5 runs.
So often when you have conversations with hitters about certain pitches they face, when they say a pitcher throws everything from the exact same arm angle, that makes it much more difficult to be able to track a baseball and read the rotation of the seams to make good contact. But there's a slight different variation of the arm angle. That gives you a better chance to look for a certain pitch.
This one over to 2nd base. That was a 5-pitch inning for Charlie Morton. We're through 3 now. Angels on top, 5-3. At the big A, 5-3, Angels on top. Pittsburgh setting up 8, 9, and 1. Sanchez, Tony Sanchez, McHenry, and Marte. 2 Sanchez's in the lineup, Gabby and Tony. Tony picked up his first major league hit in the 2nd. It was a double that got stuck in the out-of-town scoreboard out in right field. Eventually stranded at scoring position. So he's 1 for 1. Changes for the Angels defensively. That pitch is downstairs. Peter Borges is not in the game. He has been taken out we've been told, injury to his left thumb. So Mike Trout is at center field. J.B. Shuck moves from right to left, and it's Brad Hopp in right field. This one's out toward center. Mike Trout is there.
And I saw Borges move his thumb around when that takeout at second base when he was trying to reach back and get the base.
So hopefully it's nothing serious. He's already spent a considerable amount of time on the DL with that hamstring history.
See it getting bent back at the base. As he tried all three slides into second base. Reach back with the hand. Right away you can see him grabbing towards his thumb.
Yep. So Hop goes in that leadoff spot. Oh, 2 count on McHenry. With a fly ball to left field in his first at bat. Five strikeouts, no walks, 6 hits allowed for Joe Blanton. Swing and a miss. Down he goes. 2 outs.
Let's take a look at our AT&T U-Burst rewind. Speaking of Peter Borges and those slides at second, last night preventing a double play, reaching to that base and getting the foot of Jordy Mercer, preventing a double play. Same thing last night. Hard old school slides, and today the slide at the base. Thumb, though, pushed back on the base but prevented a double play, and 2 runs scored by that hard slide from Peter Borges.
Borges ends the day going 0-1. This one. It's a 1 hopper to Howie Kendrick. Okay, is retired. It's a 1-2-3 inning for Joe Blanton, his first today. We'll head to the bottom of the 4th. The Angels maintain a 5-3 lead. Check availability at 1-800-PICK-ATT. Rethink possible. By CarMax. Start the search for your next car at CarMax. CarMax. Start here. And by your Southern California Toyota dealers. Bottom of the 4th here at the Big A. 5-3. Angels on top. Halos scoring 5 times on 3 hits. 2 errors by the Bucks in the second inning. Pittsburgh got 2 of those runs back in the 3rd. Courtesy of the error by Howie Kendrick. An RBI single by Gabby Sanchez. Bottom 3rd of the order for the Angels. Ibar, Ionetta, and Shuck. It's Charlie Morton. This one is in tight. 1 strikeout, 2 walks for Morton. And his 3rd major league start this year. Started the year on the DL, working his way back from elbow surgery last year. Ibar had a single in the 2nd. Also came around to score, so he's 1 for 1. And a few changeups we've seen from Morton. Had himself a 1-2-3 frame in the 3rd. 1-1. Breaking ball.
Let's continue to try to throw that breaking ball down and in to Eric Ibar. Last 11 games, 341 batting average, including 9 RBI for Ibar.
Tries to bunt his way on and bunts it foul. It's a couple times we've seen Ibar do that. And it's almost as if he's leaving his bat. He's dragging his bat through the zone, and it's almost impossible to get that ball in fair territory by doing that.
Yeah, because it's your body's going away, so you've taken all your strength away from your wrist to be able to make contact with the baseball and keep it down that third base line.
Right.
The baseball itself, because you've taken away your strength, is hitting the bat and going foul.
He waves the breaking ball. Down he goes, and there's out number 1. Second strikeout for Gordon. The first here in the 4th. Certainly seen a lot of action in the first 3 innings of this ball game.
Some odd type action in the game. Tough plays in the field. From the bottom of the second for the Pirates in the field to the top of the third for the Angels in the field.
Arnetta taps out with foul.
Boy, you just hope that Peter Borges is okay. He's been red hot since coming back from the disabled list.
Arnetta reached on the error by Alvarez. Picked up an RBI. The second inning. In the hole at 0-2. Morton's thrown 56 pitches, 35 have been strikes. Back-to-back strikeouts, 2 outs. Breaking ball again.
This one, more of a 12-6 break to it. Snapped that one off. And because he was ahead of the count, Hynette has got to commit to that breaking ball.
So 2 outs, the base is clear. There's J.B. Shuck. RBI single, a run scored in that second inning. Morton sits that fielder's choice that Trout reached on. Has retired 6 in a row. 1-0 pitch. It's down low. 2 balls, no strikes. Brad Hopp, the new leadoff man, is on deck. Bouncer up the line, and that is foul. Sanchez making a nice play on it, but Jeff Nelson, the first base umpire, making the call, I should say, immediately. JB will head back with 2 ball, 1 strike count. Three balls and 1 strike. They're really going to a lot of off-speed pitches here in this inning. There's a couple of innings, matter of fact.
Yeah, velocity on the fastball hasn't been as consistent. We saw early in the game, 95, 96, now settling at 92, 93, and a lot more breaking balls.
And he walked him. A 2-out walk puts a base runner on for Brad Hopp. Third base on ball for Morton.
And anytime you get a 2-out walk like that from your number 9 hitter who has speed, that's a gift runner. So that, at that point, if you're Mike Socia, you're willing to gamble and try to steal a base here.
Brad Hopp taking over in right field as the Angels had to make a move defensively with Borges coming out of the game. Hurting his left thumb. Hopp as an Angel, 2 for 10. 2 for 2 as a pinch hitter. Brad got the start in right field. in Friday's game, went 0 for 3. He was in camp at Bradenton, Florida with the Pittsburgh Pirates before he ended up letting go.
Up a good career numbers against the Pirates. 308 batting average with 8 home runs and 21 RBI. Josh Hamilton, may or may not see him back in the lineup in Detroit.
Five out of the strike zone now for Morton after getting back-to-back strikeouts to start this 4th inning. Shuck takes off. The pitch is a strike. The throw down from McHenry. Not in time. A stolen base.
Another stolen base. Activity on the base pass for the Angels today. Shuck first stolen base of the season. Easily slides in ahead of the tag. Now in scoring position for Brad Hopp.
One ball, one strike on Hopp. And he hooks this one into right field. There's a base hit. Shuck will score easily. 6-3 Angels as Brad Hopp picks up an RBI. And for Hopp, it's his first as an Angel.
And that's why that stolen base was so important for J.B. Shuck to get in scoring position so Brad Hopp can continue to swing the bat well against Pirate pitching. 22nd career RBI. First RBI as an Angel for Brad Hopp. Big run here in the 4th inning. Expand that lead up to 3 runs now. 6-3 lead for the Angels.
The Angels pick up their own 2-out hit and 2-out run. And here's Mike Trout, is 0 for 2. Ground down at a fielder's choice. Looks at a strike. Trout picked up 1 RBI in that 2nd inning. That was a play that Borges have heard his hand on at the base, trying to take out Jordy Mercer, the shortstop. Hop back easily. Mike now with 46 runs batted in. Oh, 1 pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike. Morton cruising to start this inning. Struck out Ibar, took care of Iannetta, both on breaking pitches via the strikeout, then a 4-pitch walk to Shuck. RBI single to Brad Hopp. This is broken bat looper to short. The inning comes to an end. The Angels do strike for a run. We've played 4 now here at the Big A, and it's 6-3 Angels. This top of the fifth inning. Mentioned that tomorrow's an off day / travel day for the Angels. 6-game roadie. 3 at Comerica Park against the Tigers, and then 3 against the Houston Astros.
No Max Scherzer or Justin Verlander in Detroit. No, Verlander continues to struggle. He's got an ERA now at 3.90 for the year.
Joe Bland back to work, facing 2, 3, and 4. Jordy Mercer, the shortstop, looks at a strike. Mercer has hit a fly ball to center. Ground ball to third base. 0 for 2 today. One and one now. Standings in the American League Central brought to you by Kia. The Tigers sitting atop the division. Cleveland 4 back. Kansas City, Minnesota 7. The White Sox 10. That's down low. Tigers won today. 7-5 over the Boston Red Sox. Cleveland lost to Minnesota. And the White Sox defeated Kansas City, or are defeating Kansas City. That game's still being played at Kauffman Stadium. Seattle's up early on Oakland 2-0.
Tough little stretch here for the Angels when you think about the Tigers. Had a difficult time with the Astros this year. Then you come home against the Cardinals and the Red Sox, 3 division leaders.
You can put them in that category of tough teams.
Extremely tough.
You're 3-6 against the team. It's a tough team. 1 out.
They pitched exceptionally well so far against the Angels. The Astros have, and their team ERA is not that good, but against the Angels, they've been outstanding.
Yeah, they've been much better of late, though. They've been on a stretch over the last couple of weeks where they've pitched well against everybody. First down in the books here in the fifth, and that'll bring up Pedro Alvarez, the third baseman. Homered at the first, struck out in the third. Houston getting thumped by the Cubs at Wrigley now, 12-5. That game's in the top of the 8th. 0-1 count. Texas and St. Louis will wrap up their series later on tonight. They've got the night game on Sunday night. Here it is 6-3 Angels. Toronto, by the way, extended their winning streak to 11 games. That matches a club record. All over the Orioles, 13-5.
Now 2 games over 500 on the season. They started off extremely slow.
This one pulled to the right side, backhanded by Trumbo, flips it to Blanton, 2 outs.
Play by Trumbo on the backhand, good feed to Blanton covering the base.
So 2 outs, nobody on. Garrett Jones, the right fielder, coming up.
And I ended went out there. This is a conversation just quickly because Blanton had to cover the bases to give him a little bit of a breather. See that often with a catcher when there's a bang-bang play when you have to get over there quickly to first base.
One ball, no strikes. Oh, it's just off the plate. 2-0 now. Trumbo's got this one. Waves off Blanton. Joe with a 1-2-3 inning. Back-to-back 1-2-3 innings. Matter of fact, he has retired 7 in a row since the single by Gabby Sanchez in the third. The Angels still lead it. Fifth inning. I want to remind you that this copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Los Angeles Angels and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Angels Baseball LP. 3, 4, and 5 coming up to face Charlie Morton. 68 pitches, 4 innings, 4 hits, 6 runs, 3 earned, 3 punch-outs, 3 walks. Pujols, Trumbo, and Kendrick. Albert is 0 for 2. Fly ball to center and a ground ball to third. Pirates playing Albert to pull. Walker, the second baseman, shitting him up the middle. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Jody Mercer, the shortstop, a couple of steps to his right toward the hole between third and short. Ground ball back up the middle, but that's where Walker's at. Backhanded by the second baseman. 1 out.
Right over the base, basically it's second base, but he's in position because of the where this defense was situated. Ends up being a routine play.
So 1 out, nobody on for Mark Trumbo. Struck out looking at a second, then swung at the first pitch leading off the third. Popped out to Mercer, the shortstop. One ball, no strikes. Trumbo bounces this one over to third. Alvarez has it. 2 outs. Well, both guys seemingly settling down after kind of an odd first couple of innings. A lot of base runs, a lot of mistakes defensively on both sides.
Yeah, continue to stay within your game plan as far as getting ground balls, even though some midfielders have not made plays, especially in that second and third innings. You have to maintain your game plan and keep the ball down and get ground balls.
Howie with a walk and a ground out. He's 0 for 1. Takes the breaking pitch down and away. 1 ball, 1 strike. One, two, fouled off to the right. Oh, nice catch with the bare hands.
Yeah, that wasn't hit easy into the stands.
That might have been just self-preservation.
Yeah, I think so.
It's near the ball. Breaking pitch, fouled off to the right.
Staying away, and how he's still continuing that approach of looking to hit the ball to right field.
One ball, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Bottom of the 5th, 6-3 Angels. Pulls this one to short. Mercer's got it. Low throw, and Sanchez can't come up with it. It ends up in the dugout. That'll be the 3rd error committed by the Pirates today. See if Callasco can make him pay for it.
We've seen the Angels take advantage of mistakes by the Pirates in this game so far. Okay, Aspo coming up with Howie now in scoring position with that throw getting into the dugout.
Pirates came in having committed 50 errors on the year, now 53. They played a pretty clean baseball the first 2 games of the series. Matter of fact, making spectacular plays all over the place. Cayaspo takes inside. 1 ball, no strikes. Alberto, a single and a run scored in the second. The ground out in the third. Pulls this one to second base. Walker has it. And it comes to an end. The Angels get a base runner on the error, but leave them stranded. We've played 5 here at Angel Stadium. 6-3 Halos.
Pedro Alvarez gets the scoring going for the Pirates. Solo shot in the first, his 4th straight game with a home run for the Pirates. But then the Angels battle back, taking some advantage of some defensive miscues by the Pirates. Infield hit by Ibar, scores a run. J.B. Shuck base hit into left field, scores another. Then a ground ball, fielder's choice. They might drop it to hard takeout at second. Jordy Mercer ends up scoring 2 runs. Up losing Peter Borges to a thumb injury on that slide, but it did score 2 runs.
Walker breaks his bat, rolls one to the right side. Trumbo going far to his right, feeds Blanton for the first down.
That's 3 straight baseballs hit to Mark Trumbo.
Walker retired for the first time this afternoon. He had singled and doubled in his first 2 plate appearances. So now 2 for 3. And up steps Gabby Sanchez, first baseman. Singled home a run in the 3rd inning. That was that ball that sharply hit the Cayaspo, that went off his chest. 2 unearned runs against Blanton in that 3rd inning. Five unearned runs total combined in this game. 1 ball, 1 strike. 6 punch outs for Blanton. No walks. 6 hits allowed. Out to shallow right field. Brad Hopp comes charging in. Makes the catch. 2 outs. Fans groups of 20 or more can enjoy Angels baseball for as low as $8 per seat. This year, take advantage of the exclusive group hat collection for select series. To book that group outing, just call 888-796-HALO or log on at angels.com/groups. Old school logo there on the left.
Needed the hat today. Got real sunny, bright here. The big A.
of the day. I believe it was Friday night. That pitch is down low. Remember, there was a guy walking along the concourse here on the first base side, had an old BP top, the old blue with the stripes on the shoulders, and number 53. And I said to you, I think might be Marcel Latchman's old number. So I couldn't remember. I knew Marcel was in the 50s somewhere. And Marcel was here yesterday. I asked him, I said, you wear 53? He said, yes. He said, somebody had your old BP top, and it wasn't your son Brett. He goes, oh my, that poor soul.
He's great. He's got an unbelievable sense of humor.
Well, he got snide on a 3-1 pitch to chase the off speed. Mike Trout is there. 1, 2, 3 inning. 10 in a row retired by Joe Bland. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th. The Angels still lead it. Quite a few Pirate fans in the house. I wasn't a big fan of that hat, the one they went to that reddish, red and black thing.
No.
They stayed back with the black and gold, traditional unis.
Yeah, they wear them, the old ones, those old hats on certain day games in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
It's a great color yellow.
Yep. There it is, the old 3-ring hat.
There it is. Both those hats, fantastic.
That hat, that 3-ring hat, did I ever tell you, is our Legion team, 16 and under Legion team in Kansas, we had those hats as Ibar pulls one foul for strike 1 to start off this bottom of the 6th inning. Our unis were the old White Sox unis, were the untucked shirt with the black collars, no stirrups, and then we had the 3-ring hat. It was black with the white.
Boy, that's a great look.
Yeah.
You guys must have won every game with that
State
uni.
champions, homeboy.
That's exactly right. You have no choice.
We outstyled them.
Yes.
They couldn't believe it.
They go, timeout, Uncle, we lose.
We can't play those guys.
No.
They look too sharp. I love those hats, though.
How much does yours say they look that sharp?
Ibar goes down swinging for the first down here in the 6th. 1 for 3 on the day. Inetta 0 for 2. Reached on an error, an RBI, and a run scored the second. Struck out in the 4th. Pulls this one foul.
So should have a little fun in the dugout as that baseball came in by him.
Iannetta fouls this one back just below us. It's an 0-2 count. J.B. Shuck on deck. .88 pitches now thrown by Charlie Morton. 4 strikeouts, 3 walks.
55 strikes, 33 pitches out of the strike zone. We're missing a lot with that breaking ball. That Iannetta swinging last at bat on a curveball that was a good curveball. Stayed in the middle part of the plate, straight down, 12-6 break.
2-2. Got him looking.
That exact same pitch. This one he got on top a little bit better. Broke that one straight down in the strike zone. It's a lot of the strikes in the middle part of the plate.
That's what Morton did in the 4th inning. Struck out Ibar and Iannetta before giving up the walk to Shuck. JB eventually scored on the hop single, making a 3-run lead for the Angels.
A couple runs scored in the game for JB.
RBI, stolen base. Three runs, 6 hits, 3 errors, and 4 left on for Pittsburgh. 6 runs, 4 hits, 1 error, and 3 left on for the Angels so far. Unlike Eric Ibar, he's not getting J.B. Shuck to chase that breaking ball down and in. At least not yet. That's down and in. 3-1.
Well, he's standing in that region of the plate. There's a JB's approach a lot of times is to try to serve the ball in the left field.
Pirates starting to get some action in their bullpen. Morton's at 94 pitches. 3-1. And he walked him. How about that? Same exact scenario that played out in the 4th. See if Brad Hop can cash it in again.
And you would think that JB is thinking about stealing a base once again. And his first stolen base of the season back in the 4th inning before getting into scoring position and scoring with the base hit by Brad Hop in the right field.
Hop 1 for 1 with an RBI single in the 4th inning. Peter Borges lifted in the 4th. Thumb injury, left thumb injury. We believe occurred when he broke up a double play in the 2nd. The Hop took over in right, Shuck moved to left, and Trout to center. First RBI as an Angel. Henry and Morton talking things over. Mentioned for the right-hander, 29 years of age, just his 3rd big league start this year. 5 innings against San Francisco in his first one on the 13th. 5 1/3 against Cincinnati. That was on the 18th.
Real good count to go if you're JB Shuck now.
Alvarez way off the line at 3rd as they check in on Shuck once again. Shuck takes off. The pitch is down low. The throw down from McHenry. Out of time. And a 2-ball, no strike count now on Brad Hopp.
Third stolen base of the game. Against Clint Hurdle's Pirates. Talked about the importance of getting that running game going.
Two-0 on the way. Down in the end. 3 balls and no strikes with Trout on deck.
Well, we talked about the importance of a running game and putting pressure on the defense. 4 singles today for the Angels, yet they've scored 6 runs.
And he walked it. Back-to-back lefties he's walked. And again, the only lefty that he has made it look easy against had been Eric Ibar. Clint Hurdle's making a slow walk out there. Looks like that's going to be it for Charlie Morton.
Lefty's coming into the game only 176 against Morton.
Ryan Reed had been warming in the pen for the Pittsburgh Pirates. We got ourselves a pitching change. Morton goes 5 2/3, and he departs with a couple of men on. The Angels leading at 6-3. Angels baseball is brought to you by Jack's Big Stack Burger. 2 jumbo beef patties stacked with onion rings, cheese, and pickles. And by Kia. Visit your Southern California Kia retailers or mysocalkia.com. Back out here at the Big A. 6-3. Angels on top. 2 outs here in the 6th inning. A couple of men on. Charlie Morton is done after 5 2/3. 5 strikeouts, 5 walks, though. 99 pitches, only 4 hits allowed. A lot of unearned runs because of the errors that the Pirates have made behind him. And Ryan Reed takes over on the mound. In and out, who is in, who is out.
Reed fastball 91 to 95, slider, changeup.
Reed signed as a minor league free agent in the offseason. First time in the big leagues. 4 games. His big league debut on June the 3rd. No record of 193 ERA. And a good chunk of his career in the Rays system as the first one is in for a strike. Native of Portland, Maine. Went to James Madison University. 7th round pick in 06. Trout's 0 for 3. Shuck at second. Hopp at first. (28 years of age). Last year pitched all season at AAA Durham for the Rays. 6-3 mark, a 3.52 ERA in 46 games. One on the way. That hit a fastball. Nowhere near the strike zone, and Trout will take his base and load it up in Pujols.
Boy, that got Mike pretty good in the back. Just rating the numbers. Missed by a lot.
So they're loaded up for Albert.
Well, no way that Trout can get out of the way of that pitch. He's facing a guy that has 49 career home runs and 146 RBI.
Slider in the dirt. 1 ball, no strikes. It's the third time that Trout's been hit by a pitch this year. Albert is 0 for 3. Fly ball to center, ground ball to third, ground ball to second.
12 career grand slams for Pujols, a 364 hitter with the bases loaded.
One-0 pitch. Ground ball to third. Alvarez will go across the diamond. And the inning comes to an end. The Angels load him up, and Albert grounds out to end the frame. 6 in the books. The Angels maintain their 6-3 lead.
Seventh. Let's take a look at our Carl's Jr. Sports update around Major League Baseball. A possible Yo 11 in the Great White North. Toronto trying to win this 11th straight and did so today in Harper Valley PT drama. Bryce Harper and Davey Johnson having some issues as far as when he's going to come back and play for the Washington Nationals as they continue to struggle.
Joe Bland back to work here in the 7th inning. He'll face 8-9-1. Tony Sanchez, Mike McHenry, and Starling Marte. 10 in a row retired by Joe since the RBI single to Gabby Sanchez into third. Broken bat bouncer toward the middle. Ibar gets rid of it quickly. Tony Sanchez is the first down here in the 7th.
Well, speaking of the Toronto Blue Jays going for that 11th straight victory. Edwin Encarnacion crushes a baseball out. His 21st home run. He had 4 RBI in the game. McGowan comes in and closes it out for the Jays. Once considered completely out of the race in that AL East, all of a sudden with 11 straight victories, 2 games over 500 in part of that race in the East.
And part of it because nobody's running away with anything in any of the divisions right now.
A lot of parity in baseball right now.
McHenry's 0 for 2. A fly ball to left and a strikeout. Bouncer up the line. Backhanded by Alberto. 2 outs. Angels have a couple of guys warming up at the bullpen. Scott Downs, a lefty. Dane De La Rosa, the right-hander.
That's 8 ground ball outs for Joe Blanton in the game. 6 punch-outs, no walks.
3 runs, just 1 earned. Those 2 in the 3rd inning, both unearned. Error by Howie Kendrick. First one to Marte is in for a strike.
Would you get any of those quotes from Davey Johnson about that whole Bryce Harper situation? He thought he might be coming back the next day or so, and Harper says, I'm not ready to come back. And Davey Johnson was talking about, thought he was ready to go. Not until he's 100% will Harper be back out playing for the Nationals. They're under 500 now for the season. The loss today, 37-38. And a lot of people were picking them to win the National League.
A lot of people picking the Angels. A lot of people picking the Dodgers. A lot of teams have not lived up to the hype. There's no doubt about that. This one hopper to Howie. Ryan again with another 1, 2, 3 inning. Nice job by him so far. 13 in a row retired by the right-hander. Wonder if he's done now, but the Angels still lead him 6-3. Bottom of the 7th, 6. 3 runs for Pittsburgh, just 1 earned. Charge to Joe Blanton, 94 pitches. Nobody warming up in the Angels bullpen, and the way he's gone so far, 13 in a row, retired by him since that single by Sanchez in the 3rd. Why not send him back out for the 8th?
No question, no walks, getting a ton of ground balls over the last 3 innings, 4 innings, as a matter of fact. 8 ground ball outs in the last 4 innings for him.
Ryan Reed, who came on and hit Trout and got Pujols to ground out to end the 6th inning with the bases loaded. Back out there. He'll face Trumbo, Kendrick, and Callaspo. It's the 3rd time in this ball game that this triumvirate has led off an inning. Trumbo's 0 for 3. Strikeout, a pop-up, and a ground out. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Reed's not a big guy, listed at 5'11", 208. Non-roster invitee to big league camp with the Pirates. Started the season in the minors, and here he is in the big leagues for the first time.
A number of pitchers that the Pirates have picked up, be it trade or the waiver wire, and doing a good job out of the bullpen.
I think that become very in vogue of late. Was watching a 6-year minor league free agent. That's what essentially Ryan Reed was. After a certain amount of time, a team's got to put you on the 40-man roster. Otherwise, you can become a free agent as a minor leaguer. Now it's tapped foul. It's a full count now. Yeah, you look at a guy that obviously you've got scouts. You've got major league scouts. You've got minor league scouts as well that check out all the teams to see what's going to happen in the offseason when rosters become set. Rule 5 selections occur in December.
And that way you can mix and match your bullpen and still be cost efficient also.
3-2 in the air to right field. This one going back, and Jones near the wall makes the catch. David arrived, and Jones is playing deep, able to track it down for the first down. Fans, make your plans to celebrate the 4th of July at the Big A and enjoy a spectacular fireworks show after the Angels take on the Cardinals at a 6:05 start. To purchase your tickets, just visit the Angels Stadium ticket office or log on at angels.com.
Pretty good homestand to come back to. Cardinals and Red Sox.
It's a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday series against St. Louis, and the weekend series against Boston. Swing and a miss by Kendrick, and the bat goes flying deep into the seats. 2nd time today that Howie's lost the handle of the bat.
And that looked like it just hit the seats in that spot at that point. But that's a tremendous throw from Howie Kendrick.
Well, if bat throwing were an Olympic sport.
Yeah, that's a gold medal.
No question.
That might be an Olympic record.
Grounds one to the left side. Alvarez cuts it off. 2 outs. So Callaspo will come up 1 for 3 today. Single with a run scored the 2nd. The Angels scored 5 times in that 2nd inning.
Well, there's been a lot of ground balls throughout this entire game, and a lot of ground balls that could have been outs too that the infielders didn't make plays on, especially in that 2nd and 3rd inning.
Called strike 3. Reed has himself a 1-2-3 7th. We will head to the 8th with the Angels on top 6-3. Rethink possible. And by 76, we're on the driver's side. Top of the 8th inning here at Angel Stadium, 6-3. Halos on top, and Joe Blanton is indeed back out on the mound. He'll face 2, 3, and 4. Mercer, Alvarez, and Jones, although the Angels do have some action ongoing in that bullpen. 6 strikeouts, 9 groundouts, and 6 fly ball outs for Joe. Jordy Mercer, the shortstop, is 0 for 3. A fly ball to center and a couple of groundouts.
There's only been 10 outs in the air in this game so far, combined.
Bland falls behind here. 2 balls and no strikes. Pedro Alvarez is on deck. 2-1.
Good off-speed pitching. The hitters count.
Over to third. 1 away.
Same theme. Another ground ball out for Blanton.
So Pedro Alvarez coming up. Joe Blanton is done here with 1 out in the 8th inning. A 3-run lead. After he gave up the home run of the first inning, Blanton struck out Alvarez in the third. He got him to hit a weak ground ball in the 5th. So Blanton is done. Very good outing for him this afternoon. 1 earned run. That was in that first inning with a home run by Alvarez. The Angels fans here acknowledge his performance. We will step away for a moment with 1 out here in the 8th. The Angels leading at 6-3. Scott Downs has come on in relief here. Lefty-lefty situation. Joe Blanton, a terrific outing for him. 98 pitches, 7 1/3, 6 hits, 3 runs, 1 earned, 6 strikeouts, and no walks.
It's a great job by Joe Blanton today. Even battled through some tough defensive plays early on that were not made behind him. Didn't let him affect it. Picked up some ground ball outs. Did a solid job for Mike Scioscia.
32nd game for Scott Downs. This is inside. Alvarez 1 for 3. That home run back in the first inning. 19th of the year. Foul at the plate, 1-2. They've gotten a piece of Iannetta.
Overall, Alvarez is homered in 4 straight games, all 3 games of this series.
Almost got him to chase that sweeping breaking ball. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bouncer foul. Still at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Kevin Jepson up in the bullpen. Garrett Jones, another left-handed batter on deck. Another 2-2. Just off the plate. Full count. Six hits for the Pirates, 4 for the Angels. Payoff pitch fouled back.
90 miles an hour on that fastball from Scott Downs. See him settle around 88, 89. More life on the fastball.
I don't know about you, but Pedro Alvarez does not look like a .234 hitter this weekend.
No. Super quick hands. Pretty patient at the plate also.
Another payoff pitch. Fouled. Just got a piece of it. And again with another fastball.
Three-two count. I think he might try a breaking ball here. And a couple good fastballs been fouled off.
One out here in the 8th. Bounce foul. Another fastball.
Starting to time the fastball now. That's what you get concerned about. When you throw 9 pitches to him in this at bat, he's timing the fastball. Especially when you're throwing 3 in a row at 90. You would think he's going to be susceptible now to a breaking pitch.
Pulled over to Kendrick at second base. Again, went back with the fastball, but it threw it away. So 2 outs. Garrett Jones coming to the plate. We'll go back to our famed AT&T Twitter poll question of the series. Joe Montana.
He did it.
From behind, he picks up the win. Bigger start for the Pittsburgh area. Fourth quarter comeback.
What new? 4-time Super Bowl champ. Mark Cuban not real happy being in third place, though.
You got Dwight Clark at the end of the, right there in the back of the end zone. There you go, big guy.
There it is.
Just like he drew it up. Brandon Inge is going to pinch hit for Garrett Jones. First appearance of the series for Inge. 41 games, a 193 average. Fouls off the first one.
Now, Brandon Inge has always been a guy that likes to attack a fastball.
Inge has been around a while. Former Tiger.
An unbelievable gifted fielding third baseman. Came up as a catcher. He's got great hands at third base.
Played some outfield too for the Tigers. Center, if I remember correctly. He was on the Craig Biggio plan.
Solid throwing arm anywhere you put him. And he's a guy that chases out of the strike zone.
1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 outs. The base is clear. Way outside. 2-2 now. Got him looking on the inside corner. A 1, 2, 3 inning. Bland got the first one. Downs got the last 2. We head to the bottom of the 8th. 6-3 Halos. Three, new pitcher on the mound for the Pittsburgh Pirates. It's the right-hander, Duke Welker, coming on. There's Brandon Inge taking over right field as he pinch hit for Garrett Jones. Stays in the game. Welker, 27 years of age, right-hander. And here in the 8th inning, he'll be facing the bottom third of the order, Ibar. Iannetta and Shuck. Walker making his major league debut. Second round pick by the Bucks in 07.
Fastball in the low 90s. Slider, curve, changeup.
Guy that grew up in Washington State, went to Seminole State College near Oklahoma City, and makes his home in Indio. .67", 240. That's some size.
Yes, it is.
In fact, it says he was born in Kirkland, Washington. Isn't that where Travis Snyder is from, too? Kirkland, Washington. Yeah. Well, I tell you what, I could certainly keep some serious, worthless information in my dome.
There you go.
Ibar 1 for 3 today. It's down and in. 1 ball, 1 strike. They'll get a base hit, a run scored in the second. Struck out twice the other 2 times up.
Pirates' last 2 pitchers, Reed from Maine, Welker from Washington, going to areas where generally you think in terms of not getting a lot of throwing in, so that means their arms are fresher as you draft them and bring them along in your system.
You're a big believer in that, aren't you?
Big time.
Yeah.
I think baseball itself, because of the fact is, especially in Florida, Texas, California, position player-wise, yes, it's always good to get those repetition swinging the bat, but you play so often in these warm climates, 12 months a year, it's a lot of throwing on the arms.
Pretty good fastball at 97. 1 ball, 2 strikes. This is his second stint with the Pittsburgh Pirates this year, but did not pitch the first time around. 2-2 now. At AAA was 3-1 with a 2.78 ERA in 25 games. 34 strikeouts and 35 in 2/3 innings. It's popped up on the third base side. Alvarez giving chase into foul territory. Runs out of room.
Down by those sweet seats. Your favorite place to do a game.
Oh, there's no doubt. So close to the action. We're right there in the corner.
Yeah, that was quite comfortable. No stress at all. Thinking the foul ball's coming your way.
Ibar loops one out to right. Brandon Inge breaks over to his left now. 1 out. Stick around after the last out. Michael Hayes and Jose Mota will break it down with Angels Live postgame edition. Presented by your SoCal Mazda dealers. Coming up right after the game. Chris Iannetta today 0 for 3. But did reach on an error, picked up an RBI, and scored in the second. The Pirates in the 9th inning will have Walker, Sanchez, and Snyder duo. Ernesto Friere is getting ready in the bullpen.
Walker with a nice tight slider going along with a pretty good fastball too.
Two 1 pitch. Breaking ball's in there. 2-2.
It's another good breaking pitch for him. A 2-1 count.
Called strike 3. Iannetta's gone down 3 times today with a 4-day. 2 outs here in the 8th. That'll bring up J.B. Shuck.
It's been at 98 after a couple tough sliders. Paints the corner. And the baseball off that corner. You know, but dealing with an 84-mile-an-hour slider and a 98-mile-an-hour fastball.
J.B. Shuck's been on board 3 times with a single and a couple of walks. 2 runs scored, 2 stolen bases, and an RBI. Two balls and no strikes. Charlie Morton, the starter for Pittsburgh, went 6 2/3. Pardon me, 5 2/3. 6 runs, 3 earned, 5 strikeouts, 5 walks. 2 balls and a strike. Reed went an inning in the 3rd. Joe Blanton went 7 1/3 for the Halos, 3 runs, 1 earned, 6 hits. Giving the home run to Alvarez in the 1st. 6 punch outs, no walks for Joe.
That's the thing, no walks once again for Blanton. The 16 walks on the season.
Two and two. Full count now. Brad Hopp's on deck. Just joining us, Peter Borges departing in the 4th inning. Left thumb injury, which we believe he did. Trying to break up a double play back in the 2nd. Got the hand on the bag. Now the back up the middle, off the glove of Welker. Mercer, the shortstop, is there, and they get up. The Angels go down in order. We are through 8. Angels on top 6-3. Hamilton has taken over in right field for Brad Hopp. So his right wrist must be feeling much better. We get a half inning here of defense as Mike Socias turned the ball over to Ernesto Frieri on the mound to try to close this one out. Ernesto to face Walker, Sanchez, and Snyder, barring any pinch hitters. 32nd game, an 0-1 mark. 2.53 ERA, 17 saves this year, and much, much better of late.
Yeah, better feel for all 3 of his pitches. Even mixed in some good changeups of late. Fastball command better. 32 innings pitched, 47 strikeouts. for Ernesto. Especially where the game is, the importance of the All-Star game. You always see managers determine that they're better off bringing in extra relievers compared to a starter, so that when you get those leads late in the game, in the All-Star game, you can preserve them. You might see Ernesto, if he continues to put up the numbers, possibly be an All-Star.
Neil Walker, the second baseman, ready to lead things off. Switch hitter. 2 for 3. Single, a double, and a ground out. Way inside. It's 1 ball, no strikes.
And Ernesto has faced the Pirates before, 6 games against the Pirates, 4 2/3 innings pitched, no runs.
Last pitched on Thursday when he closed out that 10-9 win against Seattle. And misses outside, had a couple of strikeouts in that one. He's falling behind here. 2 balls and no strikes. Two and 1.
Always important for Ernesto to keep his front shoulder in, not overthrow. Still keeps that great deception that he has and allows him to have that lateral movement on the fastball.
Foul back. Count even up now. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 35,609 in the house today. Just trying to finish off the homestand on a win. A win today would give him a 6-4 homestand. Two. Foul back. Rob Dibble with the one-handed catch. Left-handed, too.
He's smart. Use his non-throwing hand.
It's a heck of a play. Another 2-2. Down and in. Full count. Walker leaning into that one, trying to get hit. Here's the payoff pitch. Walker fouls it back. That one just below Dibble. Didn't make the diving play.
No. He was ready.
You going to lay out? Ready to give up his body?
Just to keep it in front of him.
He's envisioning Lou Piniella in the Reds clubhouse.
As I'm sure that's a great memory for him.
And he walked him. Leadoff man is on board. That's the first base runner that the Pirates have had since that Sanchez RBI single in the third. There's Gabby Sanchez, 1 for 3 with that single back in the third inning. Came with 2 outs. Sanchez picking up his 23rd RBI. Both of those runs in the third inning unearned. One ball, no strikes.
Getting a little bit too quick on his delivery, Ernesto. Just slow it down. Took a walk back behind the mound to gather himself and slow down his mechanics.
Hi, Netta, Ibar, Mike Butcher also going to come out and talk things over.
Well, even He got quick through his delivery and tried to slow down his arm. You start to try to aim a baseball, it becomes even more difficult to throw a strike.
Corey Blaze with the home plate umpire is going to go out and break up the meeting. Nobody out here in the ninth inning. 6-3 Angels. 10 pitches thrown by Ernesto. 6 balls, 4 strikes. Trumbo playing in front of Walker over at first. Trout shading Gabby Sanchez out toward the alley in right center field. Way outside.
Well, just as we said when he first took the mound, he's been throwing consistent strikes. He is definitely forcing the issue here and a tough time throwing in the strike zone.
Three and one. Travis Snyder, the left fielder, is on deck. 3-1 pitch to Sanchez. Out at the plate. All or nothing swing by Gabby. Full count now.
The way Ernesto can run that fastball, if he can get jam Sanchez and get a ground ball, he can get a double play ball for sure against him.
Here's the payoff. This one lined into center field, a base hit. Trout over to cut it off. Does so to the backhand. The throw comes into second as Walker ends up at third. That'll bring up the tying run and Travis Snyder. Snyder's 0 for 3. A strikeout, a line out, a fly ball to center. Andrew McCutchen has come out to the on-deck circle. He will be pinch hitting for Tony Sanchez. First one to Snyder. Strike on the inside corner. Oh, and 2.
Well, finally ahead of the count. Now they can expand the strike zone, use that great fastball, that lateral movement on the fastball, run it away.
1 and 2, just missed off the plate. Pirates took a 1-0 lead in the first. The Angels scored 5 in the second. Pittsburgh got 2 unearned runs in the third. And the Angels got one of those back in the fourth. That's where we stand now. 1-2. It's popped up behind the plate. Almeida coming back near the screen. Makes the catch. 1 out. Sanchez stays at first base. So Andrew McCutchen will come up now and pinch hit for Tony Sanchez. Finishes off his first major league game, 1 for 3. First big league plate appearance, resulting in a double back in the second. McCutchen, a .288 hitter this year, 8 home runs, 37 runs batted in.
Not an easy guy to double up with his speed.
Went 1 for 5 last night. Home run in the 5th inning. 2 for 5 in game 1. A couple of doubles and an RBI. Walker at third, Sanchez at first base. And here's the first one. Swing and a miss.
Well, that fastball had some serious life on it. 96.
The location's fantastic. If you're going to get beat out there.
And make him hit to the big part of the ballpark, the other way.
Dinetta set up outside. The 0-1 pitch bounced over to third base. Callaspo, a little bit of a bobble, feeds Kendrick for one relay, not in time. That little hesitation bobble by Callaspo. And I think they do have a chance to turn a double play, even with McCutchen running.
Yeah, because it was hit hard enough. With a quick transfer, a throw to second. Little bobble. McCutchen runs well enough. At that point, he's going to beat it out. And he can get down the line.
Yep. McCutchen gets credit for an RBI. Reaches on the fielder's choice. There are 2 outs now. And Russell Martin will come up and pinch hit for Michael McHenry. Finishes the afternoon going 0 for 3. Martin a swing and a miss. 250 average in 58 games this year. 7 home runs, 25 runs batted in. Goes to the breaking ball as McCutchen advances to second on indifference. One pitch. Pretty close. 2-1.
Boy, good spot. He missed by a lot if it did. Just off the outside corner, but still a pretty good pitch. Good take by Russell Martin.
Now the 2-1. Martin fouls that one straight back. Two on the way. Upstairs, full count. Starling Marte on deck. Long look in for Frieri. McCutchen at second base. Here's the payoff pitch. In the air to deep left field. Going back is J.B. Shuck at the wall. Gets turned around. It's off the fence. McCutchen comes in to score. It's an RBI double for Russell Martin. And a bad read, it seemed like, by J.B. Shuck in left field. Just got completely turned around.
And that's one of those things, too, is you'll see the coaching staff for the Angels will give that sign, no doubles. Unless the ball is over the fence, you don't want to be beat by a fly ball. Got turned the wrong way and off the lower part of the wall.
So Martin picks up the RBI, puts himself into scoring position. That is the tying run at second base. Starling Marte, the center fielder, up 1 for 4, double back into third.
And extremely aggressive. We know he's swinging first pitch.
Fouls off the first one. It's an 0-1 count.
And he had a pretty good pitch to hit and fouled it straight back.
So Pittsburgh has scored twice here in the ninth. It all started with the walk to Neil Walker. Single to Gabby Sanchez, a pop-up by Snyder, the fielder's choice. Andrew McCutcheon, now the double by Martin. Time is called. Kevin Jepson begins to loosen. 27 pitches thrown by Frieri. There's the 28th. Foul back. And again, an elevated fastball.
And the frustration by that pitch made by Ernesto. He's trying to tell himself to stay back, stay on top of the fastball.
Here comes the 0-2. Foul back, another high fastball.
Well, he's on that high fastball. Well, anytime you see a hitter fouling pitches straight back, they've timed you well. They just missed it. Barely.
The fastball away, almost in the left-handed batter's box.
He's very aggressive. Use that against him.
0-2. The breaking ball.
Now he's set up for a fastball away for sure. Keep it down. And then Josh Hamilton's got to be ready in right field in case he hits a fly ball that way.
Martin able to take a big lead at second base with 2 outs here. Angels infielders playing straight up. Now the 1-2. Breaking pitch, looped out toward left center field. That's going to fall in there, and we are tied. Shuck, for whatever reason, throws the ball all the way home, and that allows Marte to go to second. So a mental mistake by J.B. Shuck. No reason whatsoever to ever throw that ball home. And Marte is in scoring position. That's going to be it for Ernesto Frieri. Unable to close out a 3-run lead. And we are tied here in the 9th on a breaking ball.
It stayed middle of the plate, spun back middle of the plate. Marte, after a couple good swings, drives in Russell Martin, but the throw to the plate over the cutoff man allows Marte to get into scoring position himself.
So a pitching change. Kevin Jepson coming in. We are tied at 6 here in the 9th. Has given it back. We are tied at 6, 2 outs here. And a go-ahead run at second base is Starling Marte. Kevin Jepson will come on to face Jordy Mercer, 7th man to bat in the 9th inning. And the struggles for Ernesto kind of have crept back. Location was a problem today, but that said, a fly ball off the bat of Russell Martin. It was a double. Perhaps should have been caught if J.B. Shuck has the the proper route going back to the baseball, and then now has allowed Marte to get to second on that base hit by Marte as he threw the throw home. Well, hopefully Japsic can take care of things here against Mercer. A swing and a miss. Mercer today, the shortstop, 0 for 4. A fly ball out and 3 groundouts. Keep in mind that this 9th inning started with the Pirates not having had a base runner since the 3rd inning. Blanton and Downs getting the job done through 8. This one's fouled back, and it's an 0-2 count. Melanson is the guy on the left. Jason Grilli on the right. Grilli the closer. The Angels more than likely will be seeing Melanson in the bottom of the 9th inning. The Angels right now have Hamilton, Trout, and Pujols. 1, 2, and 3 due up. Here's the 0-2. Breaking ball bounced over to third. Callaspo's got it. And this inning finally comes to an end, but not before the Pirates drop a 3 spot on Ernesto Friere and the Angels. We will head to the bottom of the 9th. 1, 2, and 3 coming up, tied at 6. Bottom of the 9th inning here at the Big A, tied at 6 all of a sudden. A couple of defensive changes for Clint Hurdle and the Pirates because of the pinch hitter situation. First of all, take a look at Mark Melanson. He's coming on in relief here. And he's had a spectacular season, a .99 ERA in 37 games. But he's thrown to a new catcher, and that's Russell Martin, who pinch hit for McHenry and picked up the double and the RBI. And then the outfield has shifted around as McCutcheon pinch hit as well. He stays in the game. He's in center field. And that forces Marte over to left field. And Snyder, who got to start in left, over to right.
And Melanson, 90 to 94 on his fastball. Throws a lot of cut fastballs. About 56% of his pitches are cut fastballs, occasional curveball. Get back to his stats. 36 in the 3rd innings pitched, 4 walks, 39 strikeouts.
Yep. He's been very, very good as a setup man to Jason Grilli. And just as we expected, Brendan Harris is going to pinch hit here for Josh Hamilton. Mentioned the right wrist had been bothering him. He was supposed to be a scratch all weekend long. And good enough and okayed enough to play defensively, but unable to swing the bat. And that's why Brendan Harris is going to pinch hit here. The interesting thing here is now Harris, it appears, has to play the outfield unless you put Howie Kendrick.
Well, you could put Mark Trumbo in
in the outfield.
Harris at first base.
And again, you're playing someone out of position in an extra inning game. Harris hitting .220 on the year. 4 doubles, 3 home runs, 6 runs batted in. With a bouncer up the third base line, dribbles foul, and it's an 0-2 count. Lance, the former Boston Red Sox, has done a heck of a job here with the Pittsburgh Pirates. .28 years of age. And Harris goes down swinging just like that. There's out number 1. So here comes Mike Trout. Trout today 0 for 3. It was hit by a pitch in the 6th inning. And he swings it, drives one out toward right field. Travis Snyder curling around in front of the track. Makes the catch. 2 outs.
Well, we opened up talking about Albert Pujols against Pittsburgh. 49 career home runs. Why not make it 50? Right here. Walk-off variety.
Albert today 0 for 4. Fly ball to center and 3 ground ball outs. Two and 0. Kevin Jepson, it appears if we continue on, we'll come back out in the 10th. A 3-run top of the 9th to tie things up for the Pirates here. This one's popped up on the infield. Neil Walker, the second baseman, is there. And the Angels go down quietly here in the 9th. A 1-2-3 9th inning. Free baseball here at the Big A, tied at 6.
How we got here to the 10th inning. It started off with Pedro Alvarez homering with 2 outs in the first to get the Pirates on the board early. But then a big second inning by the Angels in which they scored 5 runs using their wheels to be able to score. A chopper, a ground ball here by Shuck, scoring another run, and then a ground ball here by Mike Trout, and a hard slide by Peter Borges takes out Jordy Mercer, allowing 2 runs to score. Peter Borges eventually ended up leaving the game. Then Ernesto, slider down to Marte, base in left field, scores the tying run. Also Martin, who doubled off the wall. Here we are in the 10th inning, tied at 6.
Pedro Alvarez ready to lead things off against Kevin Jepson. Swings the first one, fouls it back. Kevin came on in the 9th inning, got Jordy Mercer to ground out. Clint Barmas has come out to the on-deck circle. He will be pinch hitting for Garrett Jones. Oh, 2. Count remains at no balls and 2 strikes. Pittsburgh starting to get action in their bullpen. Got a lefty working out there. Tony Watson. 0-2. In the air to right center field. Trout got a good jump on it. Leaps up, can't get it. It's over his head. Alvarez on his way to second. He'll stop right there. It's a leadoff double.
Well, like we said earlier in the game, Alvarez can swing the bat. Trout tried to leap up and make an outstanding play, but over the glove and off the wall for Alvarez.
Almost looked like he overran that baseball. So here's Clint Barmas. He'll be pinch hitting in this spot.
More like you would think, squaring around to try to bunt.
Corner infielders in for the Angels, Harris and Callaspo. The bunt on the third base side. Alberto picks it up. The sacrifice advances Alvarez to third.
Almost did a nice job making Callaspo field that bunt. The way there's no play at third base, he's going to force the infield in here now for Mike Scioscia.
To the walk, Neil Walker. Right hand hitting Gabby Sanchez on deck. It was Walker that started off the 9th inning, drawing the walk against Ernesto Frieri, scoring one of the 3 runs. So Gabby Sanchez will step to the plate. Runners at the corners, 1 out. 2 for 4 today. He singled in that 9th inning against Ernesto.
Grounded into 1 double play this season.
Got that uppercut swing. Jason Grilli has joined the lefty out there. Sanchez with a couple of singles and an RBI. He's also struck out, hit a fly ball to right. Trumbull, the new right fielder. First one's way outside. A wasted outing from Joe Blanton today. 3 runs, 1 earned, 7 1/3. A spectacular outing for him. Scott Downs 2/3 of an inning. And what should have been Joe Blanton's 2nd win of the year. No decision for him. Foul back.
Well, if you're going to get a ground ball from Sanchez, you got to try to keep it down, though. If you go fastball away, keep it down, get a ground ball at Howie Kendrick at second base.
Here's the 1-1. Sanchez lines one foul on the third base side. And Hopper into the seats. And it's a 1-2 count. Pedro Alvarez standing at third base, and it's Neil Walker over at first. 10 hits for the Pirates this afternoon. 10 hits last night, 11 in Friday night's contest. The Angels at the bottom of the 10th will have Trumbo, Kendrick, and Callaspo due up.
Be real surprised if you see Clint Hurdle send Walker here. Potentially strike him out, throw him out.
Alvarez started off this 10th inning with a double. Sacrificed to third on bunt by Clint Barnes, and then the intentional walk to Neil Walker. Halos have managed just 4 hits this afternoon. There's the 1-2 upstairs. 2 balls, 2 strikes. As you pointed out, not where you want to live with Gabby Sanchez at the plate.
Because he's looking for something elevated, and he puts a good swing at it. He's going to get the ball in the air. And 3 sack flies this year. Kevin's got to make sure he comes to a stop before he delivers the baseball. That last pitch he did to home was very close to not coming to a discernible stop.
Another setup outside. Here's the 2-2. Out back. And last one just coming in at 92.
Had a cut fastball, but that spun over the middle of the plate.
He's been living up in the strike zone, kind of like Frieri did in the 9th inning.
And Kevin has a great fastball. You can throw that fastball. Keep it at the knees on the outside corner at 96, 97.
Kevin just unable to get that pitch down in the zone.
And you can see by the approach for Sanchez, he's just trying, especially when a fastball is coming in that firm, you're just trying to make contact. It's going to go far enough in the air if it's elevated. You can't do that if it's down at the knees in the strike zone. But at elevated, you can flare it into the outfield.
Full count. Figures Walker's going to be taken off here with 1 out. Travis Snyder's on deck. Ibar and Kendrick both come in. Just about halfway. Howard backs up a little bit. Walker takes off the 3-2. It's ball 4, and they're loaded up for Snyder.
And Kevin Jepson wanted this pitch. And it catches the inside corner. Doesn't get the call.
So Mike Butcher's going to come out and pay a visit now. Entire infield is coming in.
Can't even throw Sanchez. He wasn't anticipating something on that part of the plate.
Travis Snyder started in left field, now in right. 0 for 4 today. A strikeout, a line out, a fly ball to center, and a pop-up behind the plate. He was the first down in the 9th inning. And you've got Andrew McCutchen on deck. Alvarez at third base. It's Walker at second. Sanchez at first. 6-6 here in the 10th. Here's the first one. Snyder takes outside. 1-0. Or 3 walks. 2 base on balls. 1 intentional walk. 9th and 10th innings. The only 3 walks that a bunch of pitchers have allowed.
And Snyder is a guy that you can strike out. He struck out 55 times this year, just over 200 at bats.
Evens up the count at 1-1. Two and one. Two balls, 1 strike here on Travis Snyder. Bases loaded and 1 out. 3-1 now. Dane De La Rosa getting ready to hurry. 24 pitches for Jepson. 13 strikes, 11 balls. No place to put Snyder. The 3-1. This one's looped out toward left field. J.B. Shuck comes in, throws it on a hop, and he misplays it. It gets by him. 2 runs are in. Being waved around is Gabby Sanchez. The throw to the plate, not in time. 9-6 Pittsburgh. Well, the Angels bullpen is melted down here in the 9th and 10th inning. And J.B. Shuck has had a rough couple of innings out in left. That is going to do it for Kevin Jepson. Mike Scioscia's coming out, but the damage done.
Well, Snyder just went with that fastball away. He just looked for an area where he could make contact, especially ahead of the count 3-1, and then the ball gets by J.B. Shuck in left field, allowing all 3 runners to score.
A pitching change here at the Big A, top of the 10th inning. It is 9-6 Pittsburgh. Neither Ernesto Frieri nor Kevin Jepson unable to close the door on the Pirates. And now Dane De La Rosa comes in. They're trying to get the final 2 outs here. Snyder gets credited with a single. And moved to second on the big error by J.B. Shuck in left field. 3 mistakes by J.B. Shuck over the last inning and a half. But really, aside from that, Ernesto Frieri unable to throw strikes consistently. Kevin Jepson unable to throw strikes consistently. They put themselves in those holes.
Yeah, and surprisingly so, because they've both been throwing so many strikes exactly where they wanted to throw it with good velocity behind it.
De La Rosa has to deal with Andrew McCutchen, who came in as a pinch hitter in the 9th inning. McCutchen hit one sharply over to third base, and what looked to be a potential double play ball, a little bit of a bobble by Callaspo. And they were only able to get the out at second for out number 2, and McCutchen reached. He eventually came around to score on the Russell Martin double. And the ball that was misplayed out and left. One ball, 1 strike. De La Rosa pitched yesterday, went 1 inning, had 1 strikeout. Now the 1-1. So going to miss on a high fastball, 1-2.
De La Rosa got good action on his fastball, good downward plane. Very good changeup. Swing and miss curveball also.
Not 1 strikeout for Frieri or Jepson. An inning in the 3rd. There's the 1-2. Overthrown fastball gets away from Iannetta, but Snyder stays at second. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, fortunately enough, Snyder didn't get a good read on that pitch in the dirt. Didn't necessarily get a real good secondary lead. If he reads that well, he should be able to get into third base on that one.
McCutchen did get credit for an RBI on that fielder's choice in the 9th inning, his 38th of the year. Pittsburgh has dropped 3 in the 9th, 3 so far here in the 10th. To take a 9-6 lead. Full count. Russell Martin on deck. Here's a payoff pitch. McCutchen breaks his bat, loops one to right. That's a base hit. Snyder is going to be stopped at third as Chumbo gets the baseball back into the middle part of the infield. So McCutchen picks up a single. And the Pirates have runners at the corners with 1 out. And Russell Martin coming up. 12th hit of the afternoon for the Bucks.
And Russell Martin had that big double in the 9th inning, coming in to pinch hit. 2 guys who were scheduled to get a day off. McCutchen and Russell both have become big parts of this game now late.
.15 stolen bases on the year from McCutchen. He's been caught 4 times. Pittsburgh 4th in the National League in that category. Oh, 1 count.
Well, the Angels are desperately looking for a double play ball, but that's why you might see McCutchen going here now.
Pitch out, nothing's happening.
McCutcheon read that also. De La Rosa shorten up his stride. Good base runners will look for a pitcher, see his tendencies, see what you normally would throw as far as your delivery to home. But when you do something different, it tells you something's on, and McCutcheon does not go on that one.
Past Cayaspo. That makes it 10-6 Pittsburgh. Russell Martin has picked up 2 hits and 2 runs batted in over the last 2 innings. That run gets charged to Kevin Jepson.
Just elevated enough. He can get his good part of his bat on the baseball and into the outfield.
So Kevin Jepson goes 2/3 of an inning and is charged with 4 runs. 2 hits, 2 walks. 1 was intentional. First and second, 1 out. Starling Marte, the batter. Well, credit this Pirates team. They're
relentless.
The Angels gave them an inch. They took a foot. This is a team that did not have a base runner on board from the 4th through the 8th innings. And they got that leadoff walk by Neil Walker against Ernesto Frieri in the 9th. And Marte lifts one out toward left center field. J.B. Shuck is over, looking at Mike Trout, but fortunately, Shuck takes it, makes the catch. And that's a left fielder's ball the whole way.
Yeah, that's a long way for Trout to have to try to travel.
So 2 outs, and here is Jordy Mercer, the shortstop. Mercer 0 for 5 today. 4 ground ball outs and a fly out. McCutcheon at second and Martin at first. The Angels in the bottom of the 10th will have Trumbo, Kendrick, and Cayaspo due up. 10-6 Pittsburgh. 7 runs over the last 2 innings. Not the way you want to finish off a homestand heading out on the road. One ball, 1 strike. One and 2.
Boy, De La Rosa will be able to try to finish off this inning finally is Pittsburgh again. Swinging the bats, taking advantage of some mistakes, taking advantage of some walks.
Now the 1-2. Mercer fouls it straight back. Ground ball to third. Cayaspo flips it to second. This inning finally comes to an end. Pirates drop a 4 spot on the Angels. We will head to the bottom of the 10th. Pittsburgh leads at 10-6. By the score of 10-6, and Clint Hurdle, even in a non-save situation, not messing around, has brought in his soon-to-be all-star closer, Jason Grilli, to pitch in his 37th game. 0-1 record, a 1.07 ERA with 26 saves this year.
Well, he definitely has outstanding stuff. We've seen this so far in the series. Going 92-96 with his fastball, slider, changeup. 7 walks, 56 strikeouts in his 33 and the third innings pitched.
Yeah, he takes over for Mark Melanson, who had a 1-2-3 ninth inning. As a matter of fact, the Angels have not had a base runner since Mike Trout was hit by a pitch in the 6th inning. And at that point, loaded the bases up with 2 outs. And Albert Pujols grounded out to end that inning. Clint Barman stays in the game. He's the new shortstop. And it'll be Mark Trumbo, Howie Kendrick, and Alberto Callaspo here in the 10th. The second time that Clint Hurdle has brought Jason Grilli in a non-save situation. The other was against the Yankees and ended up taking a loss. The breaking ball is in for a strike.
And always with closers, their focus never seems quite the same when it's a non-save situation. The adrenaline, the focus, different.
No balls and 2 strikes. Trumbo's 0 for 4 today with a strikeout, a pop-up, ground ball to third, and a fly to right. Swing and a miss. 1 out. So 1 out of here in the 10th, and Howie Kendrick will come to the plate. Grilli pitched Friday night with 1 inning and 2 strikeouts. Struck out Trumbo and Kendrick both looking. Did it on fastballs. We've got Trumbo there on a breaking pitch. Howie's 0 for 3. He drew a walk and scored in the second. 10 runs, 13 hits, 3 errors, 7 left on for Pittsburgh. As this was lifted in the air to shallow right. Here comes Travis Snyder coming on. Dives, can't get it. And it gets by him. Kendrick is on his way to second and going to keep on going to third.
And that's one of those plays as an outfielder when you're up by 4 runs, you're just better off playing that to a single. Yes, it's good to see the hustle. But Clint Hurdle would like to see him play that baseball in front of him. Take the single. See if Grilli can get a ground ball double play. Instead, now you got Howie at third base with his 3rd triple of the season. He never fought the hustle, but there's certain points of the game where you just play at the single, play for that baseball in front of you.
Callaspo's 1 for 4, single with a run scored in the second. Triple by Howie, the 5th hit for the Angels today. Halos have committed 2 errors and have stranded 6. Foul back. Oh, 2 count on Callaspo. Ibar's on deck. 10-6. Pittsburgh's on top. And it's 1-2.
Tried to go upstairs and see if Callaspo would chase that fastball. It did not.
Now the 1-2. Callaspo shoots one past Alvarez, and that's a base hit. That'll bring home a run. Callaspo will stop at first. RBI single for him, 10-7.
Well, we've seen the Angels come back a number of times late here at the Big A during this homestand. And this went with the pitch. Good approach. Second hit of the game for Callaspo. Got by Alvarez and in the outfield for an RBI single.
So here's Eric Ibar, 1 for 4 today with a single and a run scored. A couple of strikeouts and a fly to right. Hank Conger's come out to the on-deck circle. Alvarez playing in at third. Ibar fouls off the first one. Count even up at a ball and a strike. Grilly's been around a long time and certainly has turned it on this year as a closer. Assumed that role in the trade with Hanrahan going to Boston. Kind of started the year by pitching for Team Italy in the World Baseball Classic. Ground ball to the left side, and that is going to sneak through for a base hit. So Callaspo heads to second. Ibar is at first, and that will bring up the tying run and Hank Conger.
Boy, a lot of heart in this offense coming back in games in this homestand for the Angels. Again, you don't have quite that edge when it's not a save situation. If you're Grilly, got to take advantage of that. Look for something middle in right now if you're Hank Conger. See if you can tie it up with a swing.
Hank Conger to pinch hit here for Chris Iannetta. Now we'll empty the bench for Mike Scioscia. Everyone has been used. Remember, Peter Borges had to be taken out of the game due to a left thumb injury that occurred back in the second. Brad Hopp took over in the outfield. Josh Hamilton came out for an inning of defense. So Callaspo at second, Ibar at first. Gabby Sanchez guarding the line. Hank looks at a strike. J.B. Shuck on deck. Then it's Brandon Harris. He's in that leadoff spot. Travis Snyder very deep in right field. A couple of steps shy of the warning track. Marte shading Hank the opposite way. Here's the 0-1. Went around the breaking ball, 0-2.
Really trying to expand the strike zone against Conger.
Oh, 2 pitch. And almost hit him. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Wanted to make sure he was not going to miss with that slider over the plate. Muscled up on it, overthrew it, and almost hit Conger in the leg with it.
Now the 1-2 in the air toward left center field. Marte moving over. Makes the grab. 2 outs. So the Angels down to the last out here, the 10th, down 10-7. J.B. Shuck will step up. Shuck is 1 for 2, an RBI single back in the second, a couple of walks, and then a ground out in the 8th. Here's the first one. Outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Didn't miss by much. Now the 1-0. Good strike. Evens up the count. Again, Snyder's playing very deep in right field. Has the entire series.
Well, he's probably on the warning track. But again, at this point of the game, you're playing those no doubles type defense.
Here's the 1-1. Breaking pitch back up the middle. That's a base hit underneath the legs of the second base umpire. Cayaspo comes in to score. Ibar over to third. An RBI single for J.B. Shuck, and Brendan Harris will come up now. It's a 10-8 game.
And what you want is an opportunity to get Mike Trout to the plate. Good job by J.B. Right up the middle. Second hit. Couple walks in the game. Brendan Harris, you got to find any way you can to get on base here to give Mike Trout that chance.
Anyway.
Base hit, walk, hit by a pitch. Any way you can on base, you got to allow Mike Trout an opportunity to swing the bat.
Yeah, not necessarily in that order.
Any way on possible.
0 for 1. First at bat was in the 9th as he pinch hit for Josh Hamilton. Josh just 1/2 inning of defense out in right field. And Harris struck out against Melanson. Ibar standing at third, Shuck over at first. 0-1 count, got a fastball up.
He can hit a fastball up. We've seen that a couple times this season. On in Minnesota. 3 home runs this year for Brendan Harris.
And Snyder still deep in right. Harris asked for time. Big hole on the right side with Gabby Sanchez holding J.B. Shuck on. Ed Walker shading Harris toward the middle. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Fouled back. So the Halos down to the last strike here. 2 outs in the 10th. 2 runs in. Runners at the corners. Shuck's the tying run first.
Looks like you're going to see a slider here from Grilly.
Oh, 2 upstairs. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Seventh man that Grilly has faced here in the 10th. Trout would be the 8th if we can get to that point. Now the 1-2. This is a base hit down the right field line, or is it going to go foul? It is foul. Well, he got a fastball, and that was the approach that you're kind of hoping for right there, especially with that big open right side of the infield.
Yeah, baseball that lands fair there. That might give an opportunity for J.B. Shuck to come all the way around from first and tie the game up.
Yep.
Surprised at the pitch selection by Grilly.
The count remains at 1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 outs. 10-8. Pittsburgh's on top. They scored 3 in the 9th to tie it. 4 at the top of the 10th. Breaking pitch. Line to left, a base hit. Ibar will come in to score. Shuck is on his way to third. And Brendan Harris will take second base. It's a 1-run game, and Mike Trout will get an opportunity.
This is what you wanted. An opportunity for Mike Trout to potentially win the game here. He's one of the best closers in the National League. With their number of fastball, that slider backed up on Grilly, stayed over the plate, and Brendan Harris, what an at bat he had.
Ray Searage, the pitching coach, out to pay a visit. Gurley's thrown 23 pitches. He's been in the strike zone, 18 strikes and 5 balls. He's also allowed 5 hits. Harris gets credit for a single with that RBI. Goes to second on the throw from Marte. So you've got the tying run at third base, the winning run, and Brendan Harris at second, and Mike Trout at the plate.
Well, we said at the start of this inning, this offense has a lot of heart as far as coming back late in the games here at the Big A during this homestand.
Trout today 0 for 4. Flied out the last time to right field. He was hit by a pitch in the 6th inning. Sanchez way off the line at first. Here comes the first one. It's a breaking ball in for a strike.
Breaking ball was hanging out over the plate also.
Oh, 1 pitch. Upstairs. High fastball. 1-1.
What it is about closures when they come in with non-save situation, the focus hasn't been there. An opportunity for Mike Trout to pull this one off here.
J.B. Shuck standing at third and Brendan Harris at second base. 2 outs here in the 10th, down by a run. Now the 1-1. Fouled that one back. Wasn't fully committed to that fastball.
Just going to say that. Saw it, realized it was a high fastball, wasn't committed to swing. You know, with 2 strikes, shorten up approach, flare in the right field wins the game. Snyder's still playing extremely deep in right.
3rd straight plate appearance in which the Angels have been down to the last strike. Shuck struck for a hit. Harris struck for a hit. See if Trout can do it. The 1-2. This is fouled off to the right. Over the fastball in. Another fine play by a fan who brought the glove. Gurley with the sign is ready. Now the 1-2. Swing and a miss, and he got him with a breaking pitch. And Pittsburgh hangs on here at the bottom of the 10th. They win it 10-9.
A valiant comeback once again by the offense. Just not enough as Gurley gets Mike Trout. You wanted that opportunity to have Trout at the plate. Really his best pitch of the night was this nasty slider. Great location for him. Ends up finishing off for the Pirates. An impressive ball club, this Pittsburgh club. Now 46-30 on the season as they sweep the Angels. A tough one today, especially when leading 6-3 in the 9th inning.
Yeah, blown save by Ernesto Ferrier, and of course 4 runs in the top of the 10th inning. Gurley closes it out. 10-9 the final. Stick around. Angels Live is coming up next with Michael Leeds and Jose Mota.